Welcome one, welcome all, and welcome to the PwR Draft Tournament. My name is Phinick, joined by AngrySun, and this is the lower bracket finals for the upper division of the tournament. We've got Skull Leader, captain of Skull Squad, who chose Radiant side, and Salt the Earth, Undungeon's team on the Dire side, who chose first pick. As we get ready to go, this is a best of one. Finals will be BO3. As we get into the draft, what are we looking to see today?
Well, I believe we're going to be looking for some of the broken heroes. Ember would have been one of them, so good bin by Salt the Earth. Really, I think both teams just want to kind of run with what they know best. I was looking a little bit before the series about what both teams kind of won with, or played with, I should say, before the draft. Skull Leader was Skull Squad, played Nature's Prophet. Running with the PA carrying Winter Wyvern, so some of the kind of standout heroes there. And Salt the Earth, even though they lost, went with the Dawnbreaker, also the Ember, but specifically the DK. So we see that banned out. Other strong heroes of the patch, I would look for Tiny. That would be like the most broken hero still available. But it should be interesting. I'm curious to see, especially on first pick. I feel like on a new patch, like first pick is so strong. You get your pick of the litter on all the broken stuff. It's really up to Undungeon on what they want to pick to like really kind of break the game wide open here.
Yeah, and they've got, Skull Leader sitting at like a 9k MMR, but the MMR average for this game is around 5,800, something like that, across the teams. So excited to see what exactly we bring out. Obviously, mix from that kind of like high ancient start to uncapped immortal. Undungeon render, seen them a lot in the in-houses, same thing with Skull Leader, so excited to see what they go for. It's going to be Shadow Shaman, so that Chicken Fingers Fasket, a whole lot of fun, as well as the Clockwork being picked out by Skull Squad.
I gotta say, I love the Clockwork as a response to Shadow Shaman. He's got to like sit there and channel his stuff for 5 seconds if he wants the full shackle. Very easy for Clockwork to kind of get in there, cogs him, hookshot him if he wants to. But don't count out Shadow Shaman. Still got the good save from the Hex. Still has a lot of good ways you can kind of play him. If you know the hero, I think he's still strong. Not like super well seen at the moment, but I think still a very, very annoying hero. Especially that passive when he like trying to kill him is always a nightmare.
Yeah, and obviously the Hex Facet Chicken Fingers is a bit annoying to deal with, especially if you're playing a hero that doesn't like being broken, because you can combine that with Hex Breaks, and all of a sudden he has a very low cooldown break added to his kit and top of the spell, which will also break you, so can be difficult to deal with at times either way, with that DK being banned out and Tiny being banned out as well. We're lowering the priority quite a bit in terms of what heroes have been meta right now.
Yeah, I think I almost would have liked them to see them pick Tiny. I played a little bit of Tiny still on this patch. Still feels broken mid. Importantly, where he's seeing a lot of play right now is that carry position. Just hits for way too much. Revenant's Brooch does too much damage with him. Really probably the best hero of the patch that abuses that item. But either way, we'll see what Skull Squad goes with. They're going to go with the Jug ban, and I imagine they're going to take some sort of flex pick here, maybe like the Magnus, something of that sort. The Wyvern.
Hey, let's go. My favorite hero, probably not going to be played core. It's really kind of busted, not super busted in terms of like the kit, but the recursive facet is very nice. It acted as a nice buff to her, as well as she's just good into a lot of the carries that are very good right now. Obviously, DK, Lifestealer, Tiny, all strength heroes, all don't like seeing Arctic Burn. But there are a lot more kind of strength-heavy type carries that are popular right now, as opposed to kind of agi carries, which have fallen off in favor.
Yeah, they're going to have to kind of dig a little bit into the trenches here of carries on Salt the Earth. One thing about Wyvern that could be a little scary, Slark is still in the pool, and I think Slark is one of the stronger carries right now and is a pretty good natural counter to that Wyvern playstyle of, E the guy, save them for a little while. It doesn't really matter if they're getting drained of all their stats, right? So could see if Salt the Earth want to pull that out. Probably looking for, again, supports are another core. Rubik, they pulled that one out, I believe, in their last series. Yeah, Grim Reaper or Missteel pulled that one out. He's very good at the Rubik, very good against the Wyvern. You can steal that curse. Even though you don't get the curse of benefit, still good to steal. And just a safe pick, especially when you're in a BO1 like this, like go for the comfort, go what you enjoy, and really try and like form your draft around that.
There's that Slark you were mentioning. I mean, it does counter the support Winter Wyvern quite heavily. Obviously, if you're playing at core, you don't really care as much about the Cold Embrace, but still, very nice. Most teams are playing this support. I expected to be support this game in terms of the Wyvern, so the Slark works as a counter to that. I will say, probably going to lean into the Clockwork, though, which is a little bit of a question mark for me, because I don't really think Slark loves laning into that.
Yeah, it's not like the worst. It's not the best, you know. It's probably like a wash. The kind of caveat here is now you get your offlane choice on the side of Skull Squad, so you can kind of go to one of those heroes that you feel like can really kind of dominate the Slark. Something like one of those summon heroes, maybe like a Beastmaster, or potentially maybe if you want to stick a little more meta, not like a Tidehunter, but maybe like Darkseer could be okay. I think Night Stalker is good against the Slark. We'll see what Skull Squad kind of wants to go with here. As it looks like Doom, kind of another example there. I don't think it's like that great. I mean, I think Doom is really good against Slark, but if Slark goes S and Y, he's not the hardest or easiest to catch. It kind of goes both ways a little bit. Even if Doom is favored, we'll just have to see how the squads kind of execute that, and if they're able to land Doom on Slark each fight.
It also is a spell that Rubik really likes stealing, and Doom doesn't have very easy follow-up spells to stop that from happening, unless Doom's like right next to somebody and can land the stun off. So it can be a little bit dicey into the Rubik, I'd have to imagine, but still, as you mentioned, good lane into the Slark, and also can keep Slark down in fights until he gets that S and Y. Skull Squad, though, to pick one more, I'd imagine they're picking their one here, saving last pick for their mid, but it could go the other way around. They're up against Render, most likely, in the mid lane. So he's relatively high MMR. You might just want to bite the bullet on pick Comfort in there if you're not going to be that same MMR type matchup. But really kind of depends on what Skull Squad wants to do.
I would love to see Nature's Prophet here. They picked it last time. They won with it. They put it mid lane that game, but a good kind of flex hero you can kind of see either way. It's going to be the PA, Simba, or I do not know how you pronounce that name. It's the Der name. Played it last series. Very good on the PA, one of his kind of signature heroes, in my opinion. The Slark matchup's like not great, but it's not that bad either. It kind of goes both ways, again, kind of like Doom, where you can kind of blow up Slark at all points with the methodical facet. But on the other side, once he gets MKB, it can be a little dicey because you have the catch for her. So it really kind of a timing-based matchup. They're going to be on Skull Squad looking to kind of make a lot of space, kind of put the Slark down a little bit, and really make sure that PA is accelerating with that quick Battle Fury timing, and really trying to hit their stride on the game that way.
They have counterpick for their 3, though, which... What kind of 3s do you even want to put against a Phantom Assassin in lane? Probably something like... I guess Darkseer is actually pretty alright. Doesn't care about the lane at all, and then becomes a menace in the side lanes later.
The Axe Band from Beastmaster can be really annoying. That's like another pretty decent counter. I think a lot of the summon heroes, just because PA doesn't have a lot of good wave clear early on, do pretty well. I'd have to imagine that's where they go. Undone Jin, from my understanding, is not like the biggest summon player, mind you. In his pool is more of like the Centaurs, Night Stalkers, big beefy guys of the world. They're going to go for a mid pick, though. Probably, I don't know if I want to say the most broken hero of the patch, but definitely the most frustrating to play against, in my opinion. Warthrak is so annoying and does way too much damage at all stages of the game. It's actually
countered
unreal.
by the Doom, though, so... Yeah. They're kind of opting for we're going to pick 3 cores that don't want to get doomed, so Doom can only doom one of them in a fight strategy, most likely. With going the Leshrac pick. I have seen it pop off, but I've also seen some players kind of miss their windows with the Leshrac. I was casting on Thursday a series where we had an Immortal Leshrac player get far ahead early, get Bloodstone, run into a fight and die, and then just fall behind, so can be a bit volatile, even though he is very strong on the patch.
It's a very you have to know your limits at all times. You know, you feel like a god on the map, but you can also still die a lot of the time if you do kind of push it too far. And he is still ultimately like a timing based hero, right? Like he does well, he scales well in the late game nowadays, but you still like you can start feeding a little bit, like you were saying. So they're gonna ban out some mid lane counters for that. I actually think Huskar is not that great into Lesh, but if you're worried about the lane, definitely is probably a good lane counter. One pick that they could potentially ban out would be the Puck. I think Puck is pretty decent into Leshrac and could definitely provide a lot of good control on the side of Skull Squad. And on the other side, Skull Squad banning out the kind of beefier heroes that Undungeon's more known for. The Axe, his most played hero. Magnus, one of the strongest heroes of the patch. Because they definitely need a beefy boy to kind of stand up front with the Leshrac.
I think my mind goes immediately to Centaur, just because it's a decent lane into the Phantom Assassin. Because PA can't really hit you at all, because you have Retaliate and you have Stomp and all these other things that kind of dissuade her from getting up close to you. Obviously, Darkseer is probably the most broken 3 of the patch right now, and you could probably take it in there, but I don't think it's an Undungeon's wheelhouse. And it doesn't really add the beef that you kind of need, even though both Slark and Leshrac are good Ion Shell carriers.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to end up banning the Nature's Prophet on Salty Earth, so thinking that's going to be a big counter as well. I like Centaur quite a bit. We'll see if they Tidehunter. Okay. It is 3 guys that don't want to get doomed, so you can only doom one of them, like we were saying. And I kind of like that a little bit. Like, you can only counter one of these heroes, and the other 2 have a really good game. I don't know if it does that great into PA, but maybe if PA has a rough time early on, you kind of become unkillable. I could definitely see that.
It's being laned into a Rubik, but she's got a Wyvern with her, so I feel like this lane's probably a wash. And then bot lane, probably this Clock Doom favored, so we'll see what they do mid lane.
Now, if I'm Skull Leader, I'm trying to get into his head here. I can see Timbersaw could be alright. Just a lot of high damage. As Odie, okay. Pretty cheesy. Is definitely a good lane counter against Leshrac. Good killer of heroes this game, especially. I don't know if I love it into Slark. I feel like Slark's always kind of hard to right click or lock down, even though you do have the Astral. And if the lane goes poorly, I could definitely see this draft kind of falling apart. They don't have like a traditional like go guy or space maker on the side of Skull Squad. They're really playing on get a good laning advantage, play the map with your increased net worth, and then allow PA to kind of farm the map with the space you're giving her. So with that said, I'll start with you, Phinick. Where are you favoring here? Because I definitely think both drafts are pretty even. Both guys have, I think, what they're looking for, and they're kind of cooking here.
I gotta go with my favorite hero in the game, Winter Wyvern. Always. I also just think the Odie is a very smart pick into the Leshrac and the Tidehunter both can eat away at the mana pools, maybe prevent Leshrac from getting as much damage as he wants out in fights, or keeping the Tidehunter from being able to Ravage if he doesn't get the Ravage off super quick. So I generally like that from Skull Squad. This Doom pick, obviously less good now that Salty Earth has picked 3 targets that don't want to get doomed, but I still think gets a nice lane into the Slark, especially with this Clockwork, and can really wreak havoc on the map late.
I think that's completely fair. I think I'll go with Salty Earth then. It's really going to be on RNDR. I don't know the MMR disparity there, but I believe that if you can at least get a good lane.
Well, Render is... I thought he was immortal, but it's a bit, because it's 9k on Skull Leader, right? So... I'd have to double check the sheet. Let me see. Render is 5600. So, and let me see. Where is our Skull Leader is 9,000. So, I mean, it is almost 4,000 MMR worth of difference. Yeah, this is not going to be fun.
My current offlaner on one of the amateur leagues I play in, his least favorite hero in the game is Outworld Devourer, Destroyer nowadays, excuse me. It's easy to see why, right? Like, I mean, he just astrals you, he denies all your creeps, and if you don't have a lot of practice against it, or even if you do, like, you have to pull aggro all the time, it's going to be pretty hard for the Lesh. I'm gonna believe in him a little bit here, though. I think if he can make good rotations into the side lanes, if he can really kind of get the ball rolling with that diabolic edict facet of the misanthropy, I feel like they have a good go button there. Where I feel like on the side of Skull Eaters, the go button it's a little harder. You know, Doom wants to kind of sit and hit creeps, PO wants to sit and hit creeps. OD's pretty greedy. Honestly, look for Salty Earth to kind of bring heroes to the mid lane to stop OD, who's kind of the only guy who can make plays if he has a lead.
Yeah, I don't necessarily like A, I like the OD matchup in the Leshrac, but B, I mean, MMR gap is pretty bad. I mean, you're talking about like someone who's, I think 5600 is Divine 5, it's like 5700 is Immortal, right? So barely outside of the Immortal bracket. I thought he was higher, but it's my mistake, versus somebody who is highly ranked Immortal sitting at 9k. And I know, like, to a lot of people it's like Immortal's Immortal, but there's a huge gap between like bottom of Immortal, high Divine, and then like high Immortal players. Like, if we're looking at AD2L, I don't even think Skull Eater could play an AD2L, right? If he's 9k. I can't remember what the actual hard cap is, but I
think it's like 7600 nowadays, yeah.
For heroic. So like,
yeah.
These players wouldn't even be allowed to be playing in the same league and in any sort of rank capped league. But obviously, I've seen Render do well into some matchups where he's had MMR gaps, but typically when he's been playing kind of off roles and side lane and has the support with them, it'll be interesting to see how well this OD does. I think if Render can get out of this lane even, then it says a lot about how Render is and how good he is in this position at this hero. So I'll be interested to see how that works. Mistral getting some damage top side. This Cogs stopping the Rubik from doing a whole lot.
These early levels are really going to be key in this top lane. It's going to be up to Semper to kind of put the pressure on early. He did go Dark Pact level 1, which is pretty interesting. I think if he had Essence Shift, obviously the lane would be going a lot better. But even as it stands, he's 5 and 3. So now that he's got that point in Essence Shift with the level 2 timing, they're gonna get really aggressive here. Yeah, it's not gonna get any easier for the Doom.
Yeah, Penta went Power Cogs level 1, but once he has a point in Battery Assault, it does make it a little bit more difficult for Slark to do a whole lot going in, because he's got some cast point on most of his abilities.
Yeah, for sure. And also just keeping him in there. It's not like the easiest to leash or pound title by any means. And even, yeah, we see here, it's a nice little deterrent. That was a good little kickback. Oh my god.
Look, Battery Assault on a Mystial and Semper Fidelis. They're very low. Blood Grenade used. Mystial comes back around. Space is here. Goes ahead and pops a Scorched Earth. Can't quite get a kill off of it, but they are ahead in terms of the just health from those trades. I'd like to take a look bot. 13 and 5 Undone Jin versus a 6 and 1 PA. I felt like this lane would be more of a wash, especially because Winter Wyvern lanes pretty well into the Tidehunter. But it's unfortunately just not gone very well for this Phantom Assassin, as Mystial denies themselves to, I think, the large camp there. So good heads up play by the Rubik to prevent First Blood.
You know, I gotta say, it's quite the feat on the side of Undone Jin that he's doing so well, especially since he went Krill Eater too. Now, mind you, Krill Eater did get buffed. You don't have less strength early on now. Instead, you just have the minus attack range and minus the E. So, but still shouldn't. I don't think should be this dominant. 6 and I is quite hard. And I think, I mean, I see Simba queuing up the Ook here, Orbit Corrosion, but I don't know. I mean, honestly, I feel like at this point, like you gotta kind of play to farm a little bit, even though it's early.
Yeah, you're PA. You kind of want to farm your way back into the games if you lose the lane. Doity taking a lot of damage. Simba just a bit late on the rotation. They're gonna try to turn back around, maybe onto the Shadow Shaman. Said Simba goes ahead and takes down the courier. Gets hexed up by the chicken fingers and shackled as well. Should be able to make his way out of this. Blinks to Doity to stay alive, but you know, even with the damage that comes in from the Arctic Burn onto the Tidehunter, they've just been able to really make a nuisance out of themselves in the lane. A lot of that is on Zixius, just constantly contesting this Wyvern and preventing her from getting any sort of trades onto the position 3 here.
No, it I will say I do like the second point, like level 2 point into Cold Embrace here. I kind of want to see Doideal max the Cold Embrace, I think, at this point. Pretty good against the Tide. Most of his damage is physical in the Anchor Smash. A little bit of magic and Gush, but usually it's that max Anchor Smash. And I think at this point, like, you just got to try and keep the PA afloat. Has the Orb Corrosion now, so it could potentially get aggressive, but I don't know. This feels like a really hard
bit
kill.
aggressive. I mean, Dodie pops Arctic Burn, but only one level in Arctic Burn is kind of not amazing against Tidehunter. Typically, you want 2 points in that, trading into Strength Cores if you're playing it as a +5, as we see dives being made topside and getting kill on the Slark. So lane's going quite well topside for this Radiant side, as well as mid lane, sitting 22 and 11 to 13 and 6. But they are losing bot lane, and as we mentioned, this is a draft tournament with a rather wide MMR range, so a bit different than your typical league play. And that will show up in kind of these large lane disparities early on. It really is up to the teams to play around that and be able to find a way for their lower MMR and lower laning cores to get back into the game, leveraging their higher MMR and cores that get better lanes out of it.
For sure. It's going to be, I mean, mind you, Tide isn't like the best hero to do that. He kind of likes to sit in a place, kind of be a nuisance. So maybe if he keeps pushing out Simba, they can kind of come to him. That's probably what I'd want to see. It's hard because Leshrac or Render went the second point in Lightning Storm. Usually you see no points on Split Earth, usually like a 0-3-2 kind of build at this stage. Probably wanted the Split Earth.
Xixia's getting a bit greedy. Should die for this. Gush on a Simba. Missing the W on Doidy, though, accidentally hits the Shadow Shaman. They are going to trade back on Undone Jin. There's damage coming through. I think they're just going to have to give this one over to Undone Jin, and they do. And now Simba's in trouble. Slowed. Blinks away to the creep just barely. If he has Gush, not in range, but yeah. I mean, they kill a support, but at what cost?
Yeah, they lose the Lotus, and more importantly, I mean, it kind of shows that, like, Undone Jin can't really be touched in this lane. At this point, I feel like Shadow Shaman just needs to make moves elsewhere. Maybe go top, maybe go mid. Can't secure, maybe secure the 8-minute rune. But, I mean, you do not need to be in this lane anymore. Unless you really want to try and make kills, or, you know, grab your wisdom, which is what he's doing now.
Yeah. Doherty barely missing that Splinter Blast, I feel, as a Winter Wyvern spammer myself. You know, somebody who's a melee goes and steps right next to somebody, and you're trying to hit Cold Embrace on the melee on your team member, and you accidentally hit their team member, and it's like, I don't do any damage. Dang it.
This mid lane matchup is turning hard. Sorry.
I mean, A, it's a lane counter to Leshrac, and B, again, there's like 4,000 MMR difference between these players, almost. So yeah. It's, or like 3,500 MMR difference. Render is just, whew. I mean, for context, right? Like, I'm sitting at 3.7 right now in Legend 5, which is the same gap from me to, like, ranked Immortal-ish. I think it starts at, like, 7k now. Between Render and Skull Leader. So it's quite a gap.
It's interesting he's trying to play the lane too throughout this. I feel like at this point, like, he has his arcane boost now, so maybe he's going to decide to power farm a little more, but it's probably time to, and more efficient at this point, to kind of leave or go rotate. Like, your Slark's really suffering top. He has 12 denies, but definitely suffering the last hit department. These are two heroes that, like, don't really have great comeback mechanisms.
Moved out of the way by the cogs, and they spotted that TP. Base only level 5. One more creep hits level 6. Go ahead and Lightning Storm Diabolic Edict onto space. Pulse Nova as well, but Skull Leader is here. Goes ahead and pops the Sanity's Eclipse. Still loses both of his members top side, but Doity makes his way into the fight. Gets the W out and kills the Slark with it, and Xixia's now trying to get away. Mystiol is here as well. Still only level 5 on the Rubik. Shackles land on the Skull Leader, but there's not a whole lot the Shaman can do. Go ahead and try to run away like the chicken he is, but he gets disrupted and banished and taken down. Skull Leader gets an unofficial double kill topside.
I really like the initial move there by Render. Like, you have to kind of up the tempo a little bit, especially like the way lanes are going right now. It's only going to get worse and worse. I feel like, honestly, like, it's on the Slark a little bit there. Just got a little bit too aggressive. He's only level 5, so it doesn't have the Shadow Dance to kind of regen your way out of there. And they end up paying for it. I believe the Gold Swing, yeah. I mean, kind of a wash there, where it would have been a really solid, like, play in your favor there.
Yeah. It is a bit unfortunate. And meanwhile, Simba just trying to farm creeps. Went this first on Mortar of Corrosion, so we're going to get a pretty late Battle Fury timing by going for the active item first. Does feel a bit unfortunate. I mean, obviously, Orb of Corrosion has some value against Leshrac later into the game, but definitely not exactly where you want to be. One thing I will say is that if we swap to net worth, PA is still 4th in net worth right now, is ahead of both the 2 and 1 of the enemy team. It really is just kind of this Tide Hunter that's up in the mix at the moment from Salt the Earth, so Radiant side doing a very good job, despite having 2 losing lanes of making their way into this game, or despite, excuse me, having the 1 losing lane of making their way back into this game. Space, Doom, he's going to have this high net worth anyways, but it's just such a bad matchup for the Slark as the PA dies bot side.
It was a really good move by Render. He had the Invis rune, pops it right away, knew Simba was farming behind tower, and ended up getting the kill there. So just going to set the PA further and further behind. Yeah. It's hard because, again, like on the side of Skullgirls, you don't have really like natural playmakers. You're kind of waiting on the OD to kind of come to your lane, start the space. If he has the Force Staff, maybe he's going to make his way top then. They have the Doom as well, so we'll see if he wants to kind of pop it here in the next couple of minutes. Although with Rubik 6, they're doing a really good job holding this tower. They're like anticipating the move and kind of denying it.
They have Winter's Curse though, as Render TP's back mid. Finished by Skull Leader. PA's playing up here as well, so some of them might be looking for a dive with space. Has the Orb of Corrosion, so they have a bit of damage. Penta looking behind the tower, pop some cogs, stop Semper Fidelis from moving further up, but they really are just making the pressure in 2 lanes right now. Skull Leader pushing this T1 tower alongside Doity. Pops the Sanity's Eclipse, gets the kill, and now into Zixius. Mystiel, though, ends up getting Sanity's Eclipse, but doesn't have the mana for it. Pops it a little bit, but Skull Leader should be able to kill Zixius. No, Cold Embrace stops him as Doity goes ahead and gets the Winter's Curse. Should be good enough for the kill, and reverberates on to Undone Jin. They move. Get the slow into Skull Leader. Mystiel gets the banish. Penta's making his way in. Mystiel gets that kill. Undone Jin not going to get hit by the cogs.
Yeah, a little bit of a late TP on the side of Doom. One matchup I think we didn't talk about at all in the draft is this Rubik into OD matchup. One of the hardest support to core counters in the game, funny enough. Getting this Astral is such a devastating thing for the side of Skullgirl. I mean, it's level 4 Astral too. Sometimes you see the ODs not skill into it very often because it's like that bad, but with this 4 points, he's going to have save. He's going to have a lot of lockdown. Once he gets more Arcane Supremacy, he's going to get a long duration on it too. It could be rough, especially in these early fights. We see it here, like onto the Clockwork. Really easy setup.
Pulled back in Telekinesis. Render will be the donation, probably. Hook shots out of the way. Undone Jin, Gush in 2 seconds. Mystiel pops the ward. Gets the Astral down, and Render follow-up, lands the stun. Takes it with the Pulse Nova.
This is their, I mean, they this is their go time, I think, with this Rubik. With the Leshrac, potentially, there's a lot of step on the space. He wants Yules too, so I could definitely see, like, waiting for that, but I feel like when you have such an impactful spell like this, you gotta go, you know? And it looks like they're pinging 2 smokes. Yeah, they're gonna smoke up, potentially look for Simba top lane. Could definitely see them going mid for PA as well. I'm sorry, OD as well. I just want to see them doing something at this point. They need to kind of, they can't let the game kind of keep status quoing.
Yeah, these are the kinds of moves that they want to make, though. And getting gold on a Render is very good, especially because of how far behind he was. I will say, Render going for the Eul Scepter first item We see moves being made topside, and again, the Stolen Astral doing very well for Mystial. Zexius here with the follow-up, lands the Hex, should get the Shackles as well, but Penta stops it with the hook shot, gets the Cogs on 2, and now Space is into the fight, and Astral lands elsewhere, and now Space is looking for a target to Doom. Semper is here, he gets doomed out, but Undungeon lands the Ravage as the Astral comes down, and the Leshrac kills 2 supports, and it's only Skull Leader. Triple kill for Render. Goes ahead and steals the Astral once again, and Render's here for the follow-up. Make that an ultra kill. And just like that, the gold is back to even. And that is the power of the Stolen Astral, as well as not protecting your supports. Render just gets the massive dive onto them, and there is nothing that this Radiant side was able to do against that.
This Diabolic Edict spell is so ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know the exact math on the amount of damage, but you kill, I think, literally any character in the game at this stage. For like the next 10 minutes, it's going to be like that too. So it's really going to be on the side of OD, I think, to kind of put him in the Astral Bubble, keep him in place, and protect his backlane. Because otherwise, I mean, when you give Leshrac a free fight like that, it's so easy to execute. Just run people down with Edict. Easy money.
Astral. Stolen Astral from Mystial. Hook shot follow-up, gets the Cogs. Render able to get a Pulse Nova, but he can't get the Diabolic Edict with Penta's interruptions. Still lands a Q, but ends up falling for it. And that's the other thing, right? Like, Clockwork with Battery Assault just makes it very difficult to actually get Diabolic Edict off in fights. You kind of have to hold it for the Leshrac, because unless he has a BKB, he simply will not be able to get Edict channeled because of how high the cast point is on it when he's right next to a Clockwork.
Absolutely. It's there's a few heroes in Dota that are like this. Like, the whole game is revolving around Leshrac at this point, as Clockwork mid, Astral again. My god, this spell is so annoying. I don't know if they're going to act on it, though.
Just the Fade Bolt and a Telekinesis keeps him in place. The rest of the team making moves topside. They want to get on this PA, who's pretty far behind, but is only slightly ahead of the Slark right now. Render gets the Yule's Split Earth. No way to blink out for Simba, but Cold Embrace is here. Will stop some of the damage as well as that Winter's Curse, but Mystial is around, gets the Fade Bolt for the kill on the PA, and just like that. Skull Leader, though, he's got a Haste Rune. Might want to make something happen. Has Sanity's Eclipse up in 8 seconds. But he's got no teammates around him, and Winter's Curse is down for any sort of interruption. Hookshot is up, though, and Penta is looking for a way in. Hookshot's onto the Rubik. Has the Winter's Curse, though, is Mystial, so they have to be very careful about that. If there's one spell they don't want the Rubik to have that is not Astral, it is Winter's Curse, and it has the extra range. If they have the vision, they could maybe use it. But they decide not to push up on the high ground.
Scary situation for both teams there. Yeah, that Stolen Winter Curse is going to be the spell to watch out for here, as he has a Blink Dagger on the Rubik too, so very easy initiation here. I think I don't know if it's like Simba's maybe posturing a little too aggressively or what, but how many times has he died at this point? I feel like that, yeah, number 3. They need to kind of make some moves here, and they're getting caught on the back foot. They just need to like keep applying the pressure and try and direct all attention away from Simba, as it's looking like an 18-minute Battle Fury, which is super late in this meta.
It is very late. On plus side, Simba is still even in farm with the Slark, who only has a Diffusal right now. So in the carry v carry matchup, this is actually okay, because PA is going to farm faster than Slark. But at the same time, Render, despite, as we mentioned, is like a 3.5k MMR deficit between him and Skull Leader, is almost up to the net worth of the OD. Mystial barely missing Penta with the Winter's Curse, so only lands on a Skull Leader. Typically, you want the OD to be one of the heroes that's attacking somebody within the Winter's Curse. But in that particular instance, it's worth the attempt for Mystial.
For sure. As we see, it moves topside a little bit. Render, are they actually going to get him here with the Astral? Oh, easy, easy. Quite the disaster there. It's kind of what we were talking about pre-draft with the Leshrac. Like, he feels so strong, you want to like play your advantage, but they have a lot of damage on the side of Radiant here.
Yeah.
The OD, like, it's tough.
I mean, it's one of those things where, like, it's very tempting to rush Bloodstone often on Leshrac, but if you don't have the damage to back it up, then you're just going to die. Here, he smartly went for this kind of You'll Scepter Kaya, saying, okay, I'm not going to be able to stat check anybody without these items, as we see a Slark falling to the Tormentor bot side. But, you know, you still got to be careful, because you're still not going to be doing all the damage that you want at this stage in the game. He's going this Rod of Atos first to eventually build into a Gleipnir for the AoE increase on top of what you're going to get just from the Defilement. But it still is quite a late timing for Render this game, which does give opportunities to this Radiant side to push their advantages, as they've kind of claimed another one, even though the game was evened up with that one fight top side.
No, absolutely. And the one item he doesn't have queued, which I feel like you have to buy every game against OD, is that Black King bar. So if he can get that BKB, if he decides to go it anyway, OD, a lot of OD's purpose in the game is kind of nullified. And I feel like he's the biggest counter to him. I mean, there's the Doom, but honestly, I feel like the Doom wants to Doom Slark every game, like every fight.
Yeah.
So you have a little bit of that reprieve. If you go BKB, you kind of get a free fight to walk in there. A lot of Clockwork stuff too. I'm a little hesitant about this Bloodstone, honestly. I'm like trying to figure out like a good purpose for it. It just feels like he's not going to quite be able to get what he wants to get done in the game, like in the fights.
And he undid the Rod of Atos push, so he's really going to just rush Gleipnir. I mean, when you have Kaya plus Bloodstone, it is a lot of damage and a lot of healing with the extra spell lifesteal amp that you're going to get from the Kaya, as well as just the extra spell amp that you get. But at the same time, like, you need to be in the middle of all of these heroes, and they do a lot of burst damage, which you don't like to see if you're a Leshrac. Nice Blink Ravage, onto 2. Leash as well. Doity trying to save one member of his team, but it will not be enough. TP coming in a little bit late from Skull Leader. Got some damage on an Undone Jim, but they've already lost both the Wyvern and the Doom. Semper Fidelis was astraled. Damage on a Render. Oh my goodness. Nearly gets deleted completely with the Hurricane Pike as the Slark went back in. He gets Sanity's Eclipsed, and they will trade a Doom and a Wyvern for a Render as well. A nice hook shot lands, and here comes Skull Leader. Double kill. It was going to be Slark for Doom and Wyvern, which is almost worth it, but you lose the Leshrac at the last second. Oh no. That's not what you want to see.
They're like pushing the gas pedal too far. Like it's a good move there. The fact that you're able to find 2 is kind of amazing to me with that Ravage, but they just stay a little bit too long, try to push their advantage a little bit too much. They lose 3 for it. It's really bad. Every Slark death, I feel like this hero, we talked about like Leshrac being a tempo hero. Slark is like another huge tempo hero. Like when he's far behind like this in a game that he's already going to get melted by OD, already going to get doomed, like this hero needs like a couple more items to really feel like the king of the late game. And right now, he's just food. And
PA's got Battle Fury is now 3rd in net worth. So Simba, I mean, we mentioned back in lane phase, in these kind of mixed rank games where there is such a high MMR difference between your highest rated player and your lowest rated player in the game, as on the core matchups, right, you're going to lose at least one of your lanes typically from your lower MMR core. This time around, Sim ends up losing that bot lane. What happens? How do you play around? How do you get that lower MMR core back into the game? And in this particular instance, it is just, acknowledge that you are a PA and that your team just needs to make space for you, and they do it quite well with this Doom and with the OD.
Yeah, these two have been quite the pain in the ass for Salt the Earth. That's why I keep pointing out the BKBs. Like they really need like some way to kind of get on top of him. I'm worrying it's going to be a little late. OD is going for that Ags, so going to be very hard to jump him. A little bit of kind of an overview of that. You can't silence that at all. You have to break him. It's tied to the passive. No one necessarily wants to go a break on the side of Dire. Maybe Slark, but he needs a lot more items. Probably a BKB of his own, maybe a Lincoln's. So this OD Ags is going to be insane value for probably like 15 minutes at least.
You could get a Kondon Render maybe for Lightning Storm break, but that's like the only That's like the only other person who potentially could go break this game. Lincoln from Undone Jin gets the anchor back onto Penta. Just a lot of damage. Render back in. Goes ahead, picks up the kill. Hex lands on the Winter Wyvern, trying to get a Lotus. The Skull Leader's back here, gets the save. Blink BKB, Undone Jin, but unfortunately for him, the BKB already landed from the PA. They still are able to take down the Doom. Doity running away from the wards as best as he can. Skull Leader trying to get away with the Astral Imprisonment. Mistiel steals Astral once again.
That's so annoying. Look how long it lasts now.
Pops it onto the OD. Shaman is invis. Lands the Hex, but he's able to force staff before the shackles come in. Still Undone Jin blinks, gets the anchor, but the ult from the OD does way too much damage, but they all step right up for a Leshrac Q. Does not matter. The Winter's Curse comes through, and a stolen Winter's Curse takes down the Rubik, or the Wyvern, I should say. Mistiel trying to run away now from Skull Leader. Gets spotted out by the Rocket Flare. Zixius is here as well. The fight got turned around. Skull Leader gets Sanity's Eclipse stolen from him, and he's pretty low on mana right now. Stolen one comes in from Mistiel. It's good damage. They've got follow-up with the Shackles landing, but Render wants nothing to do with it. Mistiel steals Astral again, gets it back onto the OD, and has so little health remaining, but he has all the mana available.
Both teams, I feel like it's not quite clicking both ways. Like, there's splashes of greatness. I think the Ravage play on the side of Undone Jin, great. I think the Blinken after there towards the end of the fight, also good, but just didn't have the follow-up from the Lesh, wasn't quite able to find that angle. And then at the end there, like, Lesh out of resources didn't really quite have the good go. I mean, I think this Rubik is honestly kind of hard carrying. Like, he's doing a lot. He's trying to put the game on his shoulders. He has a lot of good spells he's stealing, getting the Winter's Curse each time, getting Astral every time he can. Vanity's Eclipse, always good, but didn't quite do enough damage to the OD there. Overall, I think it is going to come down to like the execution here. What team can kind of like understand what their purpose is, what the win condition is for the fights, and really like executing on that. Whether that's getting the Doom on the Slark and really starting the engage that way and blowing people up, or kiting out on the side of Salt the Earth, kind of taking a slower fight with the Lesh, getting value from each Edict cooldown, and really trying to like play the longer fight and just keep kind of running it in and out, in and out.
He's 400 gold off Bloodstone on Render, so it is a pretty important power spike. No longer gives you the AoE, but still just the Dispel is very nice, as well as the Lifesteal. Gives him 2 Dispels, actually. You'll Scepter plus Bloodstone. So, you know, more survivability, more better. I feel like if Leshrac is less afraid to step up in fights, it's probably better for the Dire side here. Because a lot of these fights have kind of been razor-thin margins, right? So if Render's able to get a bit more damage off, I think they might be able to turn them in their favor, despite the 5k gold deficit.
Yeah, I never want to underestimate this Lesh hero, especially as he scales later. I was always a little worried about Lesh in the late game. Like, yeah, he does a lot of damage, but, you know, maybe people get too tanky. Now that he has that 20 talent where Diabolic Edict hits an additional target, insane, by the way, they added that, but gonna be able to shred 2 people at once here. I really want to see from him BKB. Yeah, he's queuing it now. That's important. Like, that's going to be the item that really unlocks his game and really allows him to kind of stroll into the fight uninhibited. Because right now, if he walks in, he's just going to get Astral. He's just going to get Cogs. Like, there's a lot of annoying stuff. You just need to, like, press the BKB button and, like, walk through in this game.
Yeah, going BKB and then Gluttnir, so getting the extra AoE. Plus, you know, some more int. Feels nice.
I think honestly, like the
and he has Tail Guard too. Oh, broken.
Such a tanky. This item needs to be deleted, by the way. I get so mad whenever I see this one. I'm like, God, okay, another 300 damage barrier. That's cool. Just love to see it in my video game. This Tidehunter, by the way, Undone Jin, has quietly kind of slipped down in the net worth. I think he has a hard game with the OD and the Fan and Ice Break and the Doom. Like, it's not the easiest Tide game, but I can't help but wonder if he could have found a little bit more farm, maybe gone for a slightly different build to kind of maximize that. I like the blink, and he has to initiate. It's just hard. I don't know what is going to kind of get him back in this game and to make him more than just a Ravage bot. If it's like Mage Slayer, which feels kind of bad, maybe S and Y just for the overall status resistance, that could be good. Something like that. Like, he needs some high impact item that's really gonna give him a purpose in this game. Otherwise, like, what is he doing after he hits Ravage? He's gonna anchor people. It's not quite enough this game, I feel like.
Penta Penta. Jetpack doesn't get the hook shot, and Render turns around onto him. Lands the Split Earth. Yule Scepter follow-up comes in from Undone Jin and steals it away with the Anchor Smash. Render has that Bloodstone now. Skull Eater pops him in the Astral. Gets the Sanity's Eclipse out. Render gets the Yule Scepter on top of his Bloodstone, but it will not be enough. Doom onto one, Winter's Curse onto another. Mystiel goes down, and it's turned on to Slark, and he's got no teammates here to help him. Goes in the Shadow Dance to TP away, and he does.
It was honestly just like a disaster start on the side of Salty Earth. They walk into Clockwork. I mean, they managed to get the kill, but he takes too long. OD makes the correct call, saying, all right, I don't think they're ready if I go in here. And with the Ags as well, like, he's not going to die. I'm not under any threat of that, so really able to kind of lay their spells correctly, doom the tide. And it's hard to see an entry at this point for Salty Earth. I'm worried. The game's kind of slipping behind them. These heroes just keep scaling on the side of Skullgirls, but they're not getting there on the side of Salt. They just need like one more item, I feel like, to really kind of try and swing it back, but I don't know if they're going to find the space.
It's now a 12k gold advantage, 30 minutes. It's time to play America's favorite game, Guess the Gaben, in which my colorcaster attempts to guess, without looking, the Dota Plus win probability of this game.
Are we guessing before this Clockwork pick / Roche, or are we guessing like right now that they have Aegis and everything too?
Now that they have Aegis.
Okay, so they have Aegis. It's 12k. I think Gaben dislikes OD quite a bit. We've done a lot of these in our time.
He also dislikes Doom. Remember that, Doom tax.
Inflated net worth. What can you do? I'm gonna say Gaben says it's 80-20. I think it's more like 90-10, but
75-25 actually.
Oh yeah, Gaben hates Doom. Gaben hates OD.
Only 5% off though, all things considered. My new co-caster for AD2L games, because my old co-caster abandoned me. Cough cough.
Now who would do that? That's rude.
Who would do that to play in AD2L and Champ Division? No one.
SMH.
No, but my new co-caster for AD2L has been surprisingly really good at Guess the Gaben, despite no experience whatsoever. With that, and now I'm just trying to think like, what's the vibes? How do you get the correct vibes for Guess the Gaben?
It's really like hero. Once you like play enough, like here's a little bit of insider baseball. Gaben really dislikes like hyper like net worth inflated heroes like these Dooms. And as well, I feel like nowadays Gaben, like Dota Plus win probabilities, unless it gets really ridiculous, they kind of float around 80 for a while. Have you noticed that? Like, I feel like now, like the win probabilities kind of stay pretty stagnant until you start taking tier 3s, if that makes sense. That could just be like my experience.
Hook shot on the Zixius, spotted on Vision. Goes invis, but he's dusted out. Mystriel's around. Does not matter. Scumbag support stealing it away from the OD with a battery assault. How dare he?
Hey man, he's got to get his Ags sometime, you know. But he made space in the early game. OD's in a nice big boy. Does he really need that Parasma? Get the clock and Ags.
Oh,
and a Leshrac kill apparently.
Yeah, Skull Leader just TPing mid. Goes ahead, pops the Sanity's Eclipse. Goodbye to the Leshrac.
I love that they gave him the Aegis too, even though he's not the like the high ground hitter. He's under no threat now.
Hook
like,
shot.
Absolutely none.
Winter Wyvern here, but Undone Jin broken up, taken down, and a Doom onto the Rubik. Cannot get out of this one. Oof.
This is like the really silly thing about this OD hero. Like, I don't know if he's like that great this meta. I feel like he's like pretty middling a lot of the time, but especially when you're in these like situations where you're so far ahead now, people can't really walk up to you without dying. So trying to find the angle on the side of Salty Earth is, I don't want to say impossible. Like, there's always an angle, but you have to like avoid this guy. Kind of like how Skullgirls, they have to kind of kite the Leshrac out, make sure he doesn't edict everybody for 16 bajillion damage. They need to walk around the big turret that 3-shots everybody and find the Wyvern or find the Clockwork. Now, are they going to be able to do that? We'll see. Getting Leshrac there is going to be the key. He needs a BKB still. Maybe if he had like BKB Blink, I could see that. It's really going to be on Slark to kind of find the angle and get the pickoffs here. Now that he has his own BKB too.
You know what? Actually, someone mentioned this in the Twitch chat, and it's on a 5-minute delay. But they questioned potentially Halberd for Tide, and that's interesting, right? Because Vanguard kind of got buffed by becoming an item for Halberd, and it is an item that Tide doesn't mind building. And he's going this Aghanim Scepter, but I mean, you've got no D on the enemy team who doesn't have a Dispel, right? So Halberd, even though it can now be dispelled, it would stop a lot of this damage coming out from the Radiant side.
It's interesting. The big reason why you don't buy Vanguard on Tidehunter, it doesn't stack with the block from Kraken Shell, so you don't double up on the damage block effects. The disarm could still be nice, so I could definitely like potentially one of the supports could buy it. And maybe you stock it up and buy it anyway on the side of Tide. It's just it feels so bad because a lot of the value is that damage block that just doesn't you don't get any of the bonuses, right? So
Winter Wyvern going the boring support build, not the Chad right click build. Feels bad, man.
Oh, the Aeon is interesting. So already like playing around the idea that like the only way they win a fight is diving her. It has the Aether Blink, which is the common like I don't want to see Slark ever. I'm just gonna wait for my opportunity. Love to see it. I feel like Holy Locket is like typically seen too.
But with this net worth, couldn't you have seen, you know, a Witchblade?
You could have.
A Force Staff. Maybe even at this late in the game, you could see a Hurricane Pike too. No. I have to accept that right-click Wyvern is only built by people like me.
I think it's still pretty good too. No, I feel like
it's still like pretty good. Like they find Skull Leader. Pentapenda's here, got the hook shot, but he's stopped out by Mystial. Still, they've got the Split Earth and the Ravage. They've committed absolutely everything onto the OD, and he still chunks them out with the Astral and the ultimate. Winter's Wyvern gets a curse for the road, and they finally pick up the OD, and they lose almost all their health bars for it. But they take Simba down as well. It goes 4 for 1, 4 for 0, 4 for 0 in favor of Salt the Earth. I mean, they committed so much onto the OD. I thought he was going to survive when the Aghanim Scepter popped and he got the Sanity's Eclipse off, but Mystial sold the Sanities, turned it right back around on him, took out the shield entirely, and they were able to kill him before the rest of this Radiance team came in. So, really well played from Salt the Earth.
I mean, you heard my agony calls during that fight. I was like, "Oh my God, OD's gonna live. They're gonna like it's gonna be a disaster."
Oh my gosh!
It's crazy. I mean, that's kind of like. I mean, they're still 13k behind, so I want to pump the brakes a little bit. But that's a BKB on Leshrac. He has the 20 talent I was talking about, which is one of the stupidest talents in the game. I don't know why they introduced it. And when nobody
Leshrac obviously needed a buff. Semper Fidelis.
Oh yeah.
Pulled up onto the high ground. Mystial comes in, but he gets stopped by Cogs, and now he's taken down low by the tower. Poor support tank in the tower still gets healed up just barely. And they were able to take down the Clockwork. They stole the Cogs and Sanity's Eclipse as well for Mystial. So the Sanity's Eclipse from the last fight. Mystial gets Aghanim Scepter, steals Cogs. So, I mean, it's getting a lot closer than we initially thought. Hey, that was the 25% Gaben was talking about, all right?
I mean, honestly, like, the builds are kind of clicking together here. We have the Ags on the side of Undungeon here, which is giving a lot of minus armor. I imagine he goes the -4 Gush armor, talent at 20, so even further to increase that for the Slark's damage. I mean, Leshrac, we talked about the BKB, but all right, I'm gonna get on my soapbox here. you have this like facet on Leshrac, right? You have the Misanthropy, which is like makes you an early game monster, right? And so last patch he was pretty good, but the whole thing was that he's super broken early and kind of bad late game. So what if we introduce a 20 talent, which makes him super broken early and super broken late game now too? I feel like,
I mean, grant you, I'm a Leshrac 3 player, and Leshrac 3 still isn't good. But I feel like he kind of needed a buff. I don't think he was that good last patch, honestly. Maybe it was just because Lina was in the game, and Lina is a super hard counter to Leshrac, especially spell damage Lina, right? So you didn't see a lot of Leshrac because Lina would just blow him up before he could get any of his spells off. But
no, I think that plays into a part of it. Like, when every other match you see Lina, like, and you get blown up, it's kind of hard to hit the Bloodstone button. Honestly, like, I feel like they anticipated the Bloodstone nerf would be quite a bit. It's why they made the AoE from the passive from 0.4 per in per 0.7. But I mean, you can see like his AoEs right now are insane, and he doesn't even have the Gleipnir, which is like the AoE bonus item. It's pretty spooky. And now that he gets a basic Dispel and Bloodstone too, it's kind of moving into this perfect storm.
Render is carrying no less than 3 Dispels.
Oh yeah, and spell immunity now too, which, like I've been saying for probably like 25 minutes at this point, it's the OD counter. It's that, it's disarm, and it's like general evasion. So if you can get one of those 3, you're in a really good spot. Now OD, to his credit, has Parasma, has Scythe, has a lot of ways to lock you down and kill you. So you really have to get on top of him, and they really need to kind of center their fight around the turret. You're either going to blow up the big walking turret that can 3-shot everybody, or you're going to kind of walk away. And the other scary thing about this hero, because I don't know why Arcane Orb still works on Roshan as he gets thrown out of the pit, they're going to be taking Rosh really quick, so they probably know what's happening. They're probably consciously understanding that they can't really fight now, but they're going to have to fight into an Aegis on him too, so the fights are there. It's just, it's not exactly straightforward on how they're going to find all of this.
Yeah, why does Arcane Orb work on Roshan? They give the Aegis to Simbi. Why does Arcane Orb work on Roshan when Arctic Burn does not? Can we talk about that? That's ludicrous. That's ludicrous.
It didn't used to for a while. Yeah, it is pretty ludicrous. As
hook shot,
finding the tide.
Lands onto the Tide Hunter. Undone Jin broken up by the PA and gets taken down. Sanity's Eclipse used on the Shadow Shaman as they take that one down as well. There's a buyback on the Tide, and he still has Ravage available, but the Shadow Shaman does not have buyback.
It's a tough angle when they're hitting high ground. Who has the banner? Yeah, they place it down with the clockwork. They don't have the most tower push. I mean, PA does decently. They're really gonna need to kind of find a wrap here. I feel like find the Wyvern as.
And Simba's got the Nullifier too to stop the Bloodstone on Leshrac, and the Yules on Leshrac. This is actually a pretty big Nullifier.
Yeah, I really like it this game. Stops any potential glimmers as well. Trying to look to see if anyone else has that. It would be the Shadow Shaman who has that. Looks like they're backing up and getting content with that. I mean, I kind of agree with the backup play. Like, there's no reason to throw a high ground. I feel like Lesh high ground is up there in some of the scariest high grounds.
I mean, there is another way to disarm on their team other than buying a halberd, I realize. Leshrac could go Ags, potentially. He's not. He's going to go this Gleipnir. But, like, you look at the cores on the enemy team, and you look at the cores on your team, right? Like, yeah, you stop your Slark from right-clicking down people, but most of your damage is coming from abilities. So it's all going to go through Ethereal. I don't hate the idea of going Stolen Sanity's Eclipse. I don't hate the idea of going something like an Aghanim Scepter here for Render. I know he's not going to do it, but I feel like it could be a decent call.
I was gonna say, like, does he really need the Gleipnir? Like, if you hover over Pulse Nova and see how far it reaches right now.
Like, I don't think he needs the Gleipnir either, right? Like, and the thing about Ags on Leshrac is typically it's like I'm up against a Phantom Lancer, right? So you need to be able to clear the illusions and save your sanity, right? But this is another case where, right, like, going Aghanim Scepter and like a blink or something like that could be very useful, because you could blink Ag Scepter on OD. He's not going to be able to do anything, and the rest of your team is able to follow up.
I like the blink idea a lot because I think I think the biggest problem he's gonna have is walking into a fight. Now, he's a BKB, but he's still gotta walk in there and like not get doomed, not get all this other things. We actually see the smoke play. Doom's kind of just walking in.
Hex on the Doom. Gush as well. Hook shot around. They have the seal onto Undone Jin. And the Ravage is around as well. The self-fuels, but in comes Skull Leader. Can he get the damage on Undone Jin? Yes, he can with the Sandy's Eclipse. And Mystial goes down as well. But Semper Fidelis tries to make his way onto Skull Leader. He gets the Astral Imprisonment onto the Leshrac. They're trying to take him down through the Aghanim Scepter Shield. He's got damage, but the Shackles are here. Can they kill the OD? Yes, they can. And only a buyback used on the Rubik for a buyback on the Clockwork. Doity trying to blink and TP away, gets into the trees.
He got it.
And gets out. 2, 4, 3. 2 buybacks used. That's another gold swing in favor of the Dire side.
They just they won't go down without a fight, which I really do appreciate. I think most importantly there, Simba wasn't there the entire time. He was hitting top wave, didn't have a TP, so they caught him off just at the right time. Yeah, Winter Wyvern has a lot of healing, but you put the Aegis on a PA, like, I feel like the call there should have been, we don't have our Aegis carrier, we should have backed. Maybe a little bit of overconfidence on the side of Radiant. I mean, OD's dead for 55, no buyback. I don't think they can go high ground, but you can definitely, if you can keep getting picks like this, it could snowball into something pretty scary here, if they're not careful.
Yeah. I don't know, man. This is getting, like, again, just as the gold starts swinging more and more for the Radiant side, we see fights like that, right? So, I mean, it's going well for them. I mean, Render's almost caught up in net worth, so was the Slark. Tidehunter, less net worth than the Winter Wyvern, but that doesn't really matter. You're a Ravage on the stick, so long as you... yeah, he's getting Refresher, right? Like, he knows what his job is. Doom lands onto the Slark, though, and they take him down. Space blinking. BKB. Mystial falls as well. Double kill for Simba.
That was his dieback, too, so he's down for 100. No buyback. I mean, it's go time if you're on the side of
It's such
Radiant
a caster's curse from me, man.
really all your fault, Phinick. SMH fight. Oh, no. I mean, okay, it is Lesh high ground, so it is spooky. I mean, I think the fight is so much easier on the side of Radiant, that being said. There is no Doom, but I mean, it's up in 50 seconds. Really, the only thing you're gonna do here is just send the PA up there and click people down.
Who has been the #1 player for Salty Earth this game, right? It has been this Rubik, who is dieback, and they blink onto Render. Hook shot misses, but it doesn't matter. They have a Hex through the use of the Sheep Stick. Render, though, BKB gets his Bloodstone off, and they're able to take down one. The curse comes down. The Rubik is down for way too long, and unfortunately for this Radiant side, they're being absolutely deleted by Render and company. Simba goes down. They take down the OD, and they'll take down the Wyvern as well. No need for the Rubik buyback. And Render just sat there in the middle of them after getting taken down so low. BKB and Bloodstone, and they just could not kill him.
The spell layering was a little rough there too. They dumped a lot of spells while people were still cursed. I think people, I mean, I've done this a lot with the new recursive facet, like, it lasts longer than you think. And I mean, maybe you just thought the Winter's Curse was going to end a little later, but using Sanity Eclipse like that, no damage dealt with it. It's rough. And now, I mean, I don't know how many buildings they can get. Slark still has 37 stacks, so maybe he can get like the tower, potentially, or Leshrac can back him up. Maybe they can get the barracks as well. I feel like the momentum is entirely in Salty Earth's favor now. Even though they are 10k down, like, this Lesh is a force to be reckoned with. Buyback
Wyvern. Doom's up in 12 seconds. I imagine that's when PA buys back. They're going to use a glyph. And the tide's back up. No Ravage for 50 seconds. Semper Fidelis moves in onto Wyvern. The Shackles land. Getting the buyback out of the PA. Space comes in. He lands the Doom onto Semper Fidelis. But in comes Render. Can he get the damage with the Bloodstone? Yes, they can. The Glyph there lands the root dieback on the PA, and would you believe it? The buyback from the Doom. The game is back to even in terms of net worth. In comes the hook shot, landing onto Slark. He gets his Lincoln Sphere popped. They kill the Leshrac with Skull Leader coming back. And a stolen astral imprisonment once again.
No, they fed one by one. They weren't quite able to take a coherent fight there. Leshrac, when he's able to do his thing, I mean, we saw the Diabolic Edict just melting people. Now with the 20 talent, which I also don't think he needs, I want to point out, but plus 20 Diabolic Edict explosions still keeps that same duration.
He's had that talent for forever. He's had that talent for forever. You can't like...
It's been broken for a while, to be fair.
I mean, yes, I don't even know if it's broken. It was just better than Pulse Nova triggers Lightning Storm. Like,
I mean, that's a good point too. I feel like Pulse Nova triggers Lightning Storm is such a lame 25 talent.
I think if it weren't for the fact that, like, by the time that exists, everyone on the enemy team's gonna have BKB, it would be kind of sick, right? But as a 25 talent, again, like, everyone's gonna have BKB. I'd like to say Undungeon now has Refresher. But it's like, OD has BKB, Doom has BKB, PA has BKB. What is Lightning Storm gonna do?
You know, it's gonna tickle them a bit. Whereas you can take your Misanthropy Diabolic Edict with how many explosions now? 60, and just run it down people. It's kind of crazy. Again, they have to focus him down, but he's got a Wind Waker queued up in the pipe. Doesn't quite have the money for it and buyback, so he's gonna save up.
I mean, I'm just questioning, like, they have this nullifier. Have they not been able to get it off onto the Leshrac at the right time? Right?
It's hard. It doesn't go through BKB anymore, so if he pauses BKB and Bloodstones, there's not a lot they can do. Like, they really need... I think they need, like, Hex on Leshrac, and they need to just blow him up with OD. I feel like they're getting the jump on the OD. Doom's like... He's doing... Who's he been doing these last couple times? Has it been Tide and Slark?
It's been Tide and Slark. It was Slark that last time.
I feel like it's got to go back to Leshrac here. I feel like at this point, like... You've seen how much damage he's been doing. Like, I feel like if you take away all that... Does he have the 25 on Doom? He does, so... Oh, interesting. Okay, so he took Doom applies Break, not Doom applies Mute.
I'm not sure about that one, Chief.
You
blow up Tide better, but he's so low net worth, and, like... Ooh, less agility on Slark. Ooh, that's not your problem. That's not your problem at all.
Maybe his read is that, like, Tide is providing too much value, if that makes sense. Like, he's got Refresher. Maybe, like, a Tide blink in is what they're really scared of. So if they get the jump and they get the Doom on him, they think the fight's going to go well.
I will say,
if that's how... I don't know.
After getting the Wind Waker, Rendered does now have Aghanim Scepter queued up.
I mean, it makes sense. I feel like the way these fights have been playing, he's kind of been playing away from the right-clicking cores, so it makes a lot of sense. They actually found the Slark in the back.
That's a nice hook shot. Space around as well. Gets the Doom under the Leshrac. That's exactly who you want. The PA comes in. The Ravage, though, breaks up the fight. The double Ravage keeping them alive as Render's able to kite away. And the Aghanim Scepter is popped by Skull Leader. Blink in on Zixius. He goes ethereal to stay alive. Semper Fidelis looking for the dive. Forces the Astral out of the OD as the Winter's Wyvern makes her way into the fight. Can she find the curse? No! There's too much damage from Skull Leader, though! And he takes down 2 on Dungeon. Very low. The rest of his team is around. But the Leshrac is too far away.
Yeah, after he got doomed, he just ran out of there. I mean, I understand why he ran. I almost feel like he should have stayed. It was really close on the margins there. That's Slark dieback, though. All that said, Sanity's Eclipse. He does have the 20 talent, which is making him do a lot more damage. Slark doesn't have a big int pool / mana pool naturally, so just gets absolutely deleted. It looked really good. I kind of liked the Doom on the Leshrac. I feel like we saw the downsides of not having that, though. The double Ravage did come in clutch. But overall, they did win the team fight. Got a 3k gold swing out of that. And at this point, like, OD dead, doesn't have to buy back. This game feels a little stalled out, honestly. I think this Roche is really going to be the deciding factor. And they're not going to have Refresher Ravage in this next fight. So I think Radiant's got a pretty good favor on it. But they can't really start it until OD's up. It's hard. I think they just need to get control of this area now, though. Maybe not even start it necessarily, but hold the area down. Potentially get a pick, but just make sure that they don't have any way to get into there on the side of Salty Earth.
Link
and they are going to start it.
Yeah. We'll get a Refresher for Double Doom.
Can I just say, I'm so happy he didn't get the Ags this game. I feel like the Ags is like such a bait, and we've seen so many Dooms, like, they get the Ags, they put it on themselves, they want to run in, but you just can't then get it on anybody, and the life's hard. Like, he knows what he's about. He's going to do left track.
I've seen a grand total of one good Doom Ag scam, and I think it was Matt Joman who did it. So...
And that's out of like 20 that I think we've seen, almost. Like,
are you really going to go double curse over double? Yeah, there we go. I'm like, well, he has Refresher Orb. That shares a cooldown, so he actually wants to give this to Winter. I didn't realize he had Orb.
Yeah. Does he maybe want to give it to OD? Is that what he's thinking? Double BKB on OD could be good.
Maybe. Again, though, Orb and Shard share a cooldown, so he needs to give this to somebody.
And drum roll, it is...
And it should be Wyvern, but she doesn't have any... Oh, they give it to Odie. Okay. Yeah.
It makes sense. Sanities is doing a lot in these fights. They change how this works every, like, once in a while. But right now it is mana difference, not int. So a lot of low mana pool heroes on the side of Dire. Going to be a really easy Sanities Eclipse into a lot of damage. Now, he does have to watch out. Rubik does have Ags and is going to be able to easily steal that. So that is the kind of one caveat here.
I mean, do we play Guess the Game in? It's 55 minutes into the game. Sanity's Eclipse stolen, and they don't get the hook shot. Do we play Guess the Game in? 7k gold difference at 55 minutes. This is going to be a close one.
I actually do think it's like 50-50. Although with Aegis... Okay, wait. With Aegis, I'm going to say 55-45, but I feel like this game is on like a knife's edge.
But yeah, it is on that knife's edge.
This is not like a easy siege, I want to point out either. Like, the double split earth they have to deal with, and if they get in there, they're just gonna get Leshrac Diabolic Edicted. It's I think I want to see like a smoke play potentially from top, kind of wrap their way in, or potentially if they can catch someone out like the Slark here, that'd also be a good play. Although smoke out from Salty Earth, it looks like they catch the Doom.
Gets the Hex. He's Yulesed out of the way, or Force-staffed out of the way. Serpent Ward's being committed, but they find the OD. Gets the BKB off. Still has the Refresher Shard. Penta's looking for a hook shot into the fight. Gets it onto the Slark. The Refresher's pop. Sanities. In comes the Ravaged. Refresher Ravage again, but Skull Eater has the Aghanim Scepter. Render is still in the fight, though. He's still alive as Simba tries going in and breaks up Render, takes him down. Can they get even more out of it? The Doom is low, but so is the Rubik, so is Undone Jin, and no buybacks have come out from the Dire. It's a full wipe in favor of the Radiant, and nothing lost whatsoever.
That hook shot saved the game. Unfortunate blink timing on the side of Tide. Wanted to blink in Ravage, kind of stop the aggression of the OD. Clockwork. I mean, I don't know if he knew. Maybe it was just like sheer luck and it's just unfortunate timing, but puts the game on his back there. And 21k gold deficit. I think gold's a little bit... I mean, it's like a little bit misleading, but the game is now firmly in your hands on the side of Radiant. Can they capitalize and can they kind of push the buildings here?
Render's got that Aghanim Scepter through with the buyback, so he's going to be able to survive a bit more from Simba, even without his BKB up. They will get another glyph, and they immediately use it.
Going top, that's a smart move. Kind of keep it safe. They don't have very good high ground push, I want to point out. Like, their buildings, they're not the fastest at taking them. Slark isn't going to have the buyback here, which is huge. there's gonna be one more fight in this game. We're gonna see if the Radiant's able to kind of capitalize again, blow people up, or if Dire's gonna be able to get their slower fight, kind of take it easy, and kind of kite in and out of these big team fight spells on the side of Radiant.
Doidy's going Mage Slayer, by the way.
Never too late, I guess. It's really good against Leshrac. He has the money for it too. I feel like he should buy it out.
I think they kind of want to keep the buybacks. Yeah, I mean, everybody on Radiant side has buyback up. 3 buybacks on cooldown for Dire.
I do like the I like this back call on the side of Skullgirls. They recognize like it is a little too spooky now that everyone's back up, and they now can kind of take the fight on their terms. I mean, on high grounds, like kind of on their terms, but also like it's subject to much more randomness and can go wrong a lot easier. Better to kind of ward up like they are now. A little bit defensively, but maybe they can use the Clockwork Flares to potentially scout some things out and really look for their opportunity. It could be Undone Jin here potentially if they scout him. Slark would be a good one. Really, any pick I think at this point is going to be detrimental for Salty Earth.
Yeah. So once again, buyback status. If you look at the top of your screen in gold, we will see only the Tide and the Slark have buyback for Salt the Earth, and all 5 buybacks are available for this Radiant side. They're smoked up. Trying to go Aghanim's Blessing and a Naked Moon Shard for Skull Leader. Just get that extra attack speed. We are now into T5 territory. Now, there is one tier 5 item that is absolutely broken as in these late game scenarios where people are saving for buyback on a knife's edge, and it is Pirate Hat. If you can get Pirate Hat, you can wreak a lot of havoc on the enemy team.
There's a lot of good ones this game too. I think Fallen Sky could be really dangerous. Minotaur Horn for a little bit of extra BKB duration. Like pseudo BKB duration, I should say. Stygian for the PA could be really good. We're really going to have to see like what they roll and what enchantments do. Because that's the other thing. Like, you get the powerful effects, and then you can also craft it to whatever like enchantment you want. If it's the... I think the primary attribute's a little bad, but if it's like the attack range, the attack speed... The movement speed is insane, 115. Like, we're just gonna have to wait and see.
Well,
oh,
Simba...
we can see their crafting options now too. That's super cool.
Yeah, so Simba has Minotaur Horn, Stygian, Book of the Dead, or keeping the Mindbreaker with primary attribute, XP per minute, cooldown reduction, or debuff duration spell lamp. So they went for cooldown reduction Stygian.
Makes a lot of sense. Cooldown reduction on the BKB is really good, on the Ws as well. And of course, it took the 1 attack, of course, but
Fallen Sky movement speed on Doom, OD. He's got a Fallen Sky available to him, and the 100 attack speed, 80 magic attack damage, and 10% incoming damage. I feel like that's the one he's going to go for. Might actually keep with the Magnifying Monocle over the Fallen Sky, because I don't think he wants to play in there, but Spider Legs is also pretty nice. We see a Magic Lamp being picked up on Clockwork with cooldown reduction, and Winter Wyvern, Minotaur Horn, which dispel magic resistance and immunity to pure and reflected damage. That's really nice against Leshrac, as well as debuff duration and spell lamp.
Leshrac went the
OD went Spider Legs.
Resistance one.
Yeah. Unrelenting Eye increases slow resistance by 100%. And reduced by 20% for enemy hero, and movement speed. Pirate Hat is available for Undone Jin if he wants to go for it. You go Spider Legs instead, with base attack damage and status resistance. Slark Stygian with slow resistance and base attack time.
Can we remake? Yeah. I think now's the time.
Trash tier 5s. Zixius going Book of the Dead, cooldown reduction, and Mystial Minotaur Horn with cooldown reduction as well. So those are your T5s. We're just going to keep this on buyback status. Everybody on Dire side is bought out except for Undone Jin. No Pirate Hats, so no extra gold loss for either of these teams.
I mean, 32k gold lead at this point. Like, they're gonna have to really, really find their moments here. I mean, I think at the end of the day, it is gonna come down to the jump here.
We're at the point in the game where gold lead does not matter, right? Like everybody's 6 slotted. It's, you know, kind of these extras that you're getting on top of things. It's Aghanim's Blessings. It's moon shards, right? Really, the only one that's got that is Skull Leader, who has the moon shard, unconsumed moon shard in inventory, plus the Aghanim's Blessing. I mean, the only core that's not 6 slotted right now is Undone Jin, who is still not at his Shivas. But
poor Undone Jin, by the way. I feel like every time I look at the number of the chart, it just keeps sliding further and further down. But it's kind of how it's got to be sometimes as offlane. Like, he's had to kind of make the space in these fights, start them, like counter initiate. He's catching a lot of the heat from the OD too, because they're realizing like double Ravage will turn the fight, and it kind of shows here. Like, if he had the Shivas, it is going to be a really big impactful change. A lot of the healing from the Wyvern is going to get negated there.
I mean, he's holding his buyback, but he has enough gold for Shivas. I feel like if the rest of your team doesn't have buyback up, like Rubik's 700 gold away, Leshark will have buyback actually for the next fight, 38 seconds, but you're not going to have either your support buybacks. So honestly, I don't mind the idea of just buying out for your Shivas here. But I think he just doesn't want to die without having hit his double Ravage. That's probably it.
Yeah, he's worried about getting blown up, I think. We'll see. Roche is also up. That's like the objective to kind of play for here. I understand why Dire is kind of sitting in vase. They're very afraid. There's a lot of blow up potential like we've been talking about, but I feel like on the side of Radiant, like, I feel like you just take that and then oh, Rubik answers the question. Says no need for Aegis, come to us. Is wanting to try and bait them, but I mean, I think their best play, and they're taking it top here, is take Aegis, walk down that last barrack, force it, kill it, and potentially blow up people in the process. I'm sorry. Every time Roche throws somebody, I think it looks so silly, bro. It's like moments like those that make me really appreciate Dota as like a game. It really makes it like feel like a game. You know what I mean? Like, that's so stupid looking.
Refresher on space. Again, needs to give that to somebody else. Yeah, it gives it to the OD. Who also has a refresher. No, you can't give it to the OD. No, you gotta give it to... Just give it to the Wyvern. There you go.
And given to Wyvern.
There you go. You have 2 refresher orbs. Could you imagine a refresher orb and refresher shard not sharing a cooldown?
Well, that'd be broken. That would be... It's always been that way. They've always shared a cooldown, right? Like...
I can't remember if they always have or not.
No, they have not. That was the joke. Sorry.
Yeah.
I wasn't able... I didn't express the...
I can't remember when they made that change. It's been so long. Hook shot onto space. BKBs tries to get away,
Lotus
and actually the Doom silence lands back on Doom because they had the Lotus Orb, but flanking up to the high ground, the Skull Leader, he's trying to take down the support, and the Doom Ags, are you kidding me? Render is here, he's got damage coming down onto the OD as the Aegis of the Immortal comes back around by Simba. Slark is dead, but the health bars are low. They've got no Aegis, and down goes the OD as he has to buy back to stay into the fight. Hook shot to get away by Penta. Render moving in with Undone Jin. The cogs stop them from following up. Doity still has the Winter's Curse available, plus the Refresher Shard. But they've held off their high ground for enough time. The Slark doesn't respawn for another 66 seconds. They've used Mass Serpent Ward for that. They have their other ults available, and they importantly have 1 Ravage still.
I think it's go time if you're on the side of Dire here. Like, you have to get them while the Doom is on cooldown. He's got it for 30 seconds still. Like, this is the time. I know it's scary, but if you let them walk up there and Doom another core, that's game. Like,
yeah, I saw the Aghanim Scepter Doom. That was actually the Rubik who has Aghanim Scepter, who casted it onto the Doom, and I was like, wait a second, we were just complimenting him for not going the Scepter. But no.
It was so good there, though, too. Like, he just cast it on somebody. He has it again. It's actually ridiculous, the 15 talent, the stolen spell cooldown. as they have a shackle on clock, but I don't imagine much is going to come from it.
I mean, if he has the Doom, blink in from space. Forces BKB out of Zixia. Skull Leader, though, finds Leshrac, gets the Hex. They get the Winter's Curse. Down goes the Leshrac, but he has buyback, and he's coming back in. Penta moving in as well. Gets the hook shot. Space is dived onto the back line. A Winter's Curse once again lands under the Rubik, but nobody is here to follow it up. Misthiel lands the Doom onto Skull Leader, but now the racks go down, and the Tidehunter's low, as is Zixia, as he gets one more Ravage. They're trying to take down Space. Can they do it? The buyback comes in from the Shadow Shaman as Semper Fidelis dives the back line, forces the buyback out of the Winter Wyvern. They take down the Doom. He has buyback, though. And they've lost their last racks.
I mean, it's go time again, I feel like. Keep the Tide there, make him buy, like, travels, whatever he has to buy, like... You can hold against Megas at this point. Like, that's not necessarily a problem, but... I think the momentum of the game favors you right in this instant. You have to kind of grab the game with your fist and really try and seize your moment. But they're just not. They're scared.
I mean, I feel
hard.
I mean, they're trying to get Sheepstick on Render. He's consumed his Aghanim Scepter, so doesn't get the stats from it, but you know. It's so
I mean,
much.
it is scary. Like, it's hard to, in these moments, call that, right? I just personally, as an observer, right? Like, the minute they walk in your base again, it's going to be, I think, almost impossible. Unless you feel like you can take the fight right outside before the Megas get there. Maybe that's a good option, but then they don't expend buybacks. You have to get them to expend buybacks anyway. We're playing off of, 10% odds, I want to point out right now. These are... not very likely scenarios, but you have to kind of play. You have to play to win at this point. You know, you can't. I think sitting back like this, unless you have a plan to take the fight outside the bases, I mean, it's going to lead towards a loss.
Spoiler on the win prop: it's currently sitting only 77% because they won that fight, even though they got Mega'd. Right? Typically, you think Megas is going to be very high win prop, but at the moment, it's not that way.
Yeah,
What's this out of? Do you get to reroll your T5s with 20 of these stacks?
Well, that's a good question. They get to keep adding, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
So every 20 stacks somebody gets, they're going to keep adding one more tier 5 enchantment onto their neutral item choice, which is pretty ridiculous. Especially, I mean, Leshrac got the movement speed one. I imagine he wants another one as well as that. Isn't there a spell lamp one at 20?
There's a spell lamp one too.
Yeah, it's 15% debuff duration, 20% spell imp, which would be insane for the Leshrac.
Yeah, and you do get your choice, so you can go Stygian, Minotaur Horn, Unrelenting Eye, or keep Spider Legs for T5. So you do re-roll them as well.
Yeah, I mean, we're in it for the long haul here. Everyone kind of sit back, kick up your chair, kick up your feet.
Remember when T5s were the items that were meant to end games, so we wouldn't get 70-minute Dota games?
I've had a lot of them on this patch. I feel like a lot of games, even though it's it's hard to break high ground still, with heroes being so powerful, I think every individual hero has so much impact nowadays, right? Back when supports would kind of fall off, they wouldn't really have that much net worth. It was really on the cores to carry. On both teams, there are 5 separate threats that you have to address in fights. Rubik is getting insane value. Shadow Shaman has BKB Ags. He's going to just hold you down with shackles every fight. Clockwork has such good initiation and a heart, for God's sake. You're not getting rid of him in a fight easily. There's too much to deal with at the moment.
3 buybacks apiece for each of these teams. No Leshrac, no Shaman, no OD, and no Wyvern buybacks up. But everyone else has buyback. The ultimates are up, the refreshers are up. And in comes the hook shot again on an undone Jin, caught with the cogs. Cannot get his ultimate off, but he immediately buys back. Semper Fidelis diving onto the back line. He wants to get on top of Skull Eater right now. But he's invis. They get the bash onto Semper Fidelis, but he goes back into his ultimate. His undone Jin blinks, gets the Ravage, gets the second Ravage as well. Render's coming into the fight. They're trying to take down the OD as Semper Fidelis pulls them into the Aghanim Scepter. They take down Space. He has buyback, and in comes another hook shot, but they're now in a Skull Leader. He goes ethereal. Render's trying to take him down. One more Yule Scepter. He does not have buyback, and down he goes. Skull Leader's down to get the winner's curse, but I don't think it's gonna be nearly enough. Render gets the double kill. They take down the PA as well. No buybacks on the Wyvern, no buyback on the OD, and the fight goes the way of the Dire side, and they only expended one buyback for it as well.
Oh my god, that was the literal exact fight they wanted after they backed. They understand the assignment here. Like, you can't take a fight in your base. The Megas are too threatening. You need to kind of bait the fight. And Slark, I think, honestly carries that one. He really understands he has to jump the backline. He draws the attention of 4 heroes when he does that, but the cooldowns are too short on his abilities. He gets Shadow-ins off.
He's got 264 extra agility right now.
Yeah, he has 66 Essence hip stats, which is insane. If they make the call to go, it's like over. Like, I don't know how you can make that. Well, unless you're tracking the cooldowns, but they need to just go right now.
No, they have PA buyback, but they should know it's 50 seconds left on the OD buyback. They're gonna go straight for these T4s. Dive happens. PA buys back. Semper Fidelis dodges away from the hook shot. They don't have the creeps though. Fallen Sky from space gets caught with a splitter by Render. He doesn't have buyback though. He has a cheese. Can he pop it in the nick of time? No, he can't. Dieback on the Doom, and they're trying to get Render, but they will not survive. Down goes the Phantom Assassin. Render goes dominating, and in a barn burner of a game, we will have Salt the Earth in the grand finals. 14 seconds on the buyback for the OD, 28 seconds on the respawn. He's not going to be able to do it. One hook shot, one winner's curse for the road. Penta falls at the end. 1 second buyback on the OD, and he will not get it off. Salt the Earth, take the game, take the series, and are going to grand finals.
The power of the Leshrac. I want to see the damage number of that hero at the end of the game, because holy, he carried the mid-game fights to the Edict. I was worried about the Slark's impact. I was like, is the Slark going to be able to do anything? Like, is he going to find his moments? I mean, yeah, 91,000 damage on the Lesh. I'm willing to bet, like, what's the number on that? I gotta find it. Too much on Edict is the TLDR. And if that game wasn't exciting enough, that was the first game of tonight. That is so good, and I'm so excited for grand finals.
We will be right back after a break. Grand finals should have technically started by now, but that game was a bit long, so we will be pretty quick into grand finals. That will be best of 3 right here on twitch.tv/PwR Dota. You won't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back after this. Welcome all, and welcome back to the PwR March Draft Tournament Upper Division Grand Finals. My name is Phinick, joined by AngrySun, and on the Radiant side, we have the Brothers Wiz. As Salt the Earth won the flip, they chose first pick once again after winning the lower bracket finals with that first pick, and Wizzy Wizards team, the Brothers Wiz, are currently drafting second with Radiant side. We see the ABBA ban, we see the Lifestealer ban. Are we going to see a DK ban?
Oh, definitely.
We're going to see a Tiny ban.
10 seconds remaining.
So
Are we going to see a Lena ban? Wait, wrong patch.
About a month or 2 weeks. How long has this patch been going on? Like 2 weeks at this point?
It hasn't been that long. It's been like a week and a half.
Oh my god. Time is crawling.
It released two Tuesdays ago.
Oh my god. We're going to see the Phoenix ban. So these teams have actually faced off against each other. They faced off in the upper bracket. I believe good old... obviously we just saw the lower bracket, so the Brothers Wiz ended up winning it. Their bans are looking pretty similar to what they did last time. That's going to be the good old Phoenix ban, Lifestealer, or Abaddon ban. Salt the Earth is banning Lifestealer. They actually banned Tiny as well last time, so we'll see if they pull that one out. Other heroes to look out for: Jakiro. They just banned the Pudge. Could be a Magnus ban, because good old Virgins... I'm sorry, the Brothers Wiz, that's what they were on Dota Buff. They picked Mag first last time. Maybe they steal the Mag too. We'll see. A lot of meta stuff that's kind of getting ignored here. We're seeing a lot of it banned, but there's still a lot of good heroes left in the pool.
5 seconds remaining.
Yep, but Tiny, DK, and Lifestealer are all banned. Especially Pudge and
There's one.
Rubik banned away, and there's Jakiro, who made it through the entirety of the draft. Oh, that's the... We were talking in the break about like what heroes I should add to my pool. Jakiro Core, maybe.
It's spicy. I could definitely... People have been kind of dabbling in it a little bit. The left facet, I think, is pretty interesting. You got to get the right build, I think, is the key. But it's definitely interesting. Brothers Wiz is going to pick up the Mag. They picked it up against them last time. And I believe... I mean, this can go in any core position, but it was a mid-mag last time. He did all right. I'd have to look at the game to see, like, maybe the scoreline wasn't as good as how the game actually was for him. But the good thing about the Mag hero, you can place it anywhere. It's pretty broken. You skewer people back. You either get a really good shockwave, or you get an innate cleave, which is ridiculous. And we'll kind of see what they want to pair with that. Last time it was Grimstroke, for reference, so could see that little spice. I like Grimstroke a lot as a hero. I think he's pretty slept on. kind of perpetually, but especially right now. It really just depends.
Yeah, I mean, Mac wasn't played last game, but I think, as you mentioned, it's kind of such a great flex pick in that 2-3 position, really, and can be quite annoying to deal with. I mean, I think the buffs that he got in addition to the removal of the worst facet in the game does definitely help him.
God, but it was so fun to push people away from your team and make your whole team cry. Like, why would you do this to me? You could have had RP. But at any rate, Axe is going to be the ban.
Something I will mention is that Wizzy's team is the highest average MMR of the tournament. However, I believe the highest MMR player in the game was on Undone Jin's team at one point. But I think that was the player that had to dip today, if I'm not mistaken. Which would have been 7290. But either way, as we are pulling into this game, we see the Oracle being picked up. Nice to have Dispels versus Ice Path and Jakiro in general. So I do quite like the pickup, especially with Abba out of the pool.
It's a super sick laning counter. Now, I don't know if you want it as a 4 necessarily, but it really negates a lot of the kind of bullshit that Jakiro wants to put on. It's a lot of damage over time, a lot of magic damage. You have 2 spells to counter both of that very easily. I really like it conceptually, and with Mag especially, I feel like it's pretty easy to like skewer back into a bunch of burst damage with the Oracle. So we'll see what they want to kind of transition to on the side of Salt the Earth. I think you have to avoid the Oracle matchup at all cost in lane especially. So Lion, good kind of answer to the Oracle. Just drain his mana, then he can't do anything. Oracle has really bad mana issues early on. It also gives you some lockdown, and these two supports, I really like this pairing specifically because they can kill people at all stages of the game. You can always finger macro somebody, get the stuns off, get the damage, and it kind of frees up the rest of your draft to be a little bit greedier. You don't necessarily need like a great playmaker. Obviously, it's nice to have one, but it definitely gives Salt the Earth a lot of room to kind of navigate here, as I imagine they'll pick up a 3 here.
I mean, you could pick the 1, saying the Magnus, use 18 pick under 3 matchup. I don't necessarily dislike that, right?
I think that's fair. The tricky thing about Magnus...
It's also pretty safe to pick like a Nature's Prophet here, right?
Yeah, some like Flexicore. I agree with that too. I think I'd like that a little better. I think with Mag, the tricky thing, because he really does slot into any core position really well. You kind of just have to counter the hero there.
Hey, I called it
out there. Nature's Prophet, super OP. The most broken facet in the game, in my opinion, the big ass treant. Still around. I don't know why it shouldn't be in the game.
Yeah.
And it's very spooky.
I will say, as you mentioned, I kind of misnamed that it would be a lane matchup in the Magnus, because yeah, the Mag was played mid last game. I think the Nature's Prophet leans into it either way. It's pretty good, and also just very safe flex. Enables you to pick your 3 for 18 pick and then cover it with bans. To me, if I have first pick and I have the ability to flex a core 1-2, it just 18 pick is really nice to have for a 3 because you're almost always going to see your 1 matchup in there. Timbersaw being picked up into the Nature's Prophet could be played 3 mid, same as the Magnus, so they're going to try to lane that into the Natures wherever that goes, I'd have to imagine. And Earthshaker being picked up. This has to be a support Earthshaker, right? Because it can't go 2-3 because they already have Magnus Timbersaw, unless it's a support mag.
So there's been a lot of carry mag that's been seeing play recently as well.
That's true.
Going like a Mask of Magnus build. I feel like I don't like Earthshaker anywhere that's not mid. Now
yeah, same.
I don't know if I don't know if you can lane against Nature's Prophet as Earthshaker. It's pretty tricky. And as well, now you have to kind of deal with the Night Stalker, who's going to gimp a lot of your initiations. Going to make it really hard for you to kind of... I mean, he gives you vision supremacy, right? So it gives you the better team fight to take. It's hard. I do worry a little bit. So when you take like when you take Night Stalker and Nature's Prophet, you don't have a lot of damage early on your cores. Now the good thing again, your Jakiro Online supplement that, but Timbersaw could be pretty spooky if he picks up a little bit of magic resistance early on. If he gets that early glimmer that a lot of people have been doing, he might be unkillable, and then at that point, I could definitely see a world in which the Brothers Wiz kind of just runs over this map, as they're going to end up banning some cheese of their own here in case Nature's Prophet gets flexed in the Huskarn OD. Tricky.
I mean, they didn't like that OD last game at all, so I fully understand them banning it out, especially if they want to do, like... I mean, you can't pick Leshrac here, right? Like, and you could if this Earthshaker goes support the Mag goes 1, but I don't think they're gonna do it. They banned Primal Beast, though, which to me says they think that they pick 2 supports and Ember Spirit. So Salt the Earth thinks that this is Magnus 1, and Brothers Wiz have yet to pick their mid with those bans.
It's an interesting read on it. Because otherwise, I mean, yeah, I mean, they can't really pick Ember. They couldn't pick Ember, because if Earthshaker does go mid, it's really scary. Maybe they're thinking, like, if they ban mids, they can kind of force that the Earthshaker mid, and they can kind of cheese it a little bit. Maybe if it is, what's it called, Nature's Prophet mid, I feel like that should do fairly well. I kind of want to see it go carry, and I kind of want them to cheese a little bit here, that being said. They did ban 2 cheese heroes in Huskar and OD for the Earthshaker to kind of cover him a little bit.
I mean, probably the best cheese mid in the pool right now is Wyvern or AA. Instead they go for Ursa.
Okay, so it is Nature's mid. Boring.
Well, I mean, like, that was kind of the thing, right? Like, you've got 3 strength heroes on the enemy team. What do you actually take into that?
With a Slark band as well, Slark would have probably been the best answer. Ursa kind of seeing a resurgence as well. As everyone kind of tanks up, these heroes, like Phinick was saying, that do this stacking amp damage would get a lot of value. Now, Brothers Wiz does have a lot of time to think about this. If certain heroes that are in a pool that really would screw over Ursa, I think Shadow Demon, very broken. Putting in a bubble.
If
Yule's builder is really value.
If Mag Timber Earthshaker are your cores, right, I think you definitely could go Shadow Demon here. It's probably...
Other broken heroes. Zeus is seeing a lot of play still. I don't know if they lack damage per se, but I could definitely see a world in which they want a little bit more damage. I think if they want to get really annoying about it, Spear Breaker is insane right now.
I mean, this is such a beefy team, but they don't have ways to get away from Night Stalker if he dives, right? So I feel like you need something that's going to be able to protect Oracle a bit better, because Timbersaw, Earthshaker, and Magnus all kind of want to get in everybody's faces, and Oracle's playing on the backside. Especially because you have Nature's Prophet, Night Stalker, who are just so good at diving on the backlines, right? So something that's going to peel for the Oracle or maybe help as part of the support duo would be pretty nice.
It's kind of the beauty of Night Stalker as a hero, right? He sets up a lot of the initiation, because even Ursa, he can blink on the target he wants.
So it's either support Mag or Earthshaker support, right?
So that's a mid Magnus coming out, because Nico played that last time against them.
So that's Earthshaker 4 then for Kaio Hinazuki.
So I'm not super high on the hero as a support, but he does offer. I mean, he has a lot of value, right? Insane amounts of stun even now. A good amount of damage late game. Good scaling hero too. The lane is gonna get really rough though. 2 melees into Ursa. Timbersaw, like, if he goes 1-3-1 build, can get away from him, so it shouldn't be the worst time, but it's definitely not gonna be a fun time. Oh, you predicted first last time, so I think I'll predict. I think Magnus is crazy, but I think Night Stalker is crazier, and I think that if Salty Earth gets good tempo in the game with the treants, they don't really have like a good treant answer, like the big boy treant answer. I feel like Night Stalker kind of runs this game over and gives them the jumps they want. So I'm gonna lean slightly towards there, but I think both teams again got a good amount of what they want out of the draft here.
I mean, in theory, even though Nico was mid last game they played it with the Magnus, you could just shove the Timber mid because you know you're into Nature's Prophet, right?
Yeah, you
That's
can
like-
definitely do that.
That's like the other thing. I think you're probably right. Like, I generally like Salt the Earth's team comp a bit more, and Brothers Wiz didn't really do anything to address the to address the threat that a Night Stalker brings. I will say maybe their thought is, you know, if Potato Knight, so long as they are able to get a false promise and some heals and some dispels off in a fight, and your dive is able to deal with the Lion and the Jakiro on the enemy team, they can then turn back around and like just play the fight 4v3 that way. But I don't know, it's a bit interesting.
Ooh, cheeky little stun to get the D word there. Well done. Yeah, I agree. Sorry, I thought both teams were gonna do something. I was like getting a little worried there. Yeah, it's definitely interesting here. Part of the reason I think why, I mean, he's a great Master Night Stalker too, so I generally fear that hero a lot regardless. But when you have these like initiators that really want to set the tempo with like going out of vision, starting a fight, unless they start on the Night Stalker, if Night Stalker has ulti up, like it's gonna be hard to take these fights. And I feel like Oracle is gonna be flying for his life this game. He's got to go like Ghost Scepter, Glimmer, Yules' Force Staffs, whatever he has to do to get out of there. Like he's playing a horror game this game. He just has to run.
Right, because like in a vacuum, I think this Oracle pick is actually very good into 4 out of the 5 heroes on Salt the Earth.
Yeah.
It's the problem is Night Stalker is just such an anti-support hero at the moment, especially because none of the other dive 3s are particularly good, right? Like your Bristleback not really going the semi-carries, dive the supports Bristleback that you do right now because he's going Goof Facet mostly. And like, what else do you even do? Yeah. No CKs, no, I mean, we saw Tide last game, but that's not really the same level of dive.
Yeah, not like Night Stalker who just stays on you the entire time and silences you for 6 seconds at max level, which is pretty cool. Best time to punish him, I will say, will be in this lane. So they did actually end up getting the Oracle into the Jakiro, which I don't think Jakiro is going to get anything done in this lane as a result. I could be wrong, but I feel like Oracle is way too hard of a counter. So more playing is going to free farm, which is going to be nice. And I think, I mean, he's a Grandmaster of this hero. He knows how to play it. It's going to be on him to kind of set the tempo and try and carry the game through what I think is a pretty hard draft.
He's also the highest MMR in the game. 6,900, so not particularly the 9,000 we saw last game, but you know, it does help a little bit in these matchups. He is also playing Ebb, which to me, I feel like this is like a decent game for Flow. I understand why not go it, because you just kind of want more raw damage, but you know, there's like a case to be made for Strength Morph in games like these. Piggy Master gets taken down topside. The unfortunate thing is that you gave the Timbersaw the worst lane.
Yeah, he's not happy that he has an Earthshaker as a laning partner. Let's just say that.
I mean, he's not happy that he has an Earthshaker as a laning partner, and he's not happy he has to lane against an Ursa. Right. Any strength... speaking of dive 3s, Timbersaw was the other one, right? But strength melee 3 into Ursa is just never a whole lot of fun.
No,
Like,
and there's not a lot. Oh no, I was gonna say
2-man Earth Spike. TP coming in from Render. Gets the fissure though! Still gets taken down! No! Oh, and the Timber Chain barely stopped as Semper Fidelis actually eats the tree to regen some health.
So interestingly, Nature's actually going 2-1-0, which is like the I'm gonna rotate around and make a lot of havoc on the side lanes build, and has double null to kind of support the spell casting of that. I would have liked to see Treant though. That being said, like it was a cheeky little move he made there. Almost got the Earthshaker kill. That makes the Timbersaw's lane even harder. But the Mag, as a result, is getting a lot of free farm. And he didn't go the build that, like he didn't go the internal and cleave build, which would have helped him kind of sustain that if he got crapped on a lane. So I don't know. I always like seeing the big Treant. I feel like especially against melees, like yeah, you put the second point in teleport. I don't know. I feel like Matt could be getting punished a lot harder here, but he's just not.
I mean, also, like, Lion into Timbersaw just sucks, too. Because you're so mana reliant. This is just such a sucky Timbersaw lane,
So
man. like you have a support that does basically nothing in lane, which, you know, it's Earthshaker. You expect that. You drafted that. But you're also into 2 counters. It's like... And you picked into one of them. Render ends up picking up Potato Knight bot side with another TP.
This is so obnoxious, I will say. If I'm the side lanes, I'm like mauling here. It is the power of what he's doing. So he has to find kills here, I think. He doesn't really have a great way to farm, let's say right now.
Oh, so. Ice Path on the Wizzy. It's ranked shift, so doesn't get a lot of damage taken out of him. I mean, just look at how shoved this lane is by Mystiel and Semper Fidelis, and Piggymaster can't actually do anything about it, right? Timbersaw is a little bit weird as a position 3 because he doesn't actually want the wave in front of his tower. There are no trees around to actually do anything with. So this kind of wave equilibrium, despite normally favoring Radiant side here, actually favors Dire. And another TP from Render, diving onto Kaio Hinazuki. They do get some damage with the Timbersaw Q and a Timber Chain on a Render as well. Trying to dive on to the Earthshaker, they do. TP coming in from 1, Piggymaster caught up in the Sprout, and Uruz gets the kill. Semper Fidelis makes it 2 for 1 as Nico TPs in and takes down the Natures, but it's core into support for core, and some kills going on to this Ursa, which sitting 3-0 at the moment. Gonna have a very early Battle Fury this game.
Oh, for sure. It's a very required TP on the side of Nico, too. He has to try and, like, even if it's just for, like, the side lane's mental, like, he has to show up and be present and, like, try and match the aggression of this Nature's build. One thing I will say as well, like, about this top lane being so bad, I don't think Ursa's, like, the lane dominator he used to be. Fury Swipes is kind of bad early, doesn't give you that much extra damage. He can, like, bully these melees like he is now, but when he's getting this free of a lane, and he gets that much quicker of a Battle Fury, his timing, it's going to be like a 18-minute Battle Fury blink. He's going to be a scary hero to deal with, and they got to, I don't know, they got to try and find some kills onto him somehow.
Piggymaster tries going on a Mystiel, but we see Semper Fidelis gets back into lane, deletes the Earthshaker. Piggymaster has a Timber Chain and a Q up, but actually misses Mystiel even with the extra spikes, and Semper Fidelis keeps moving in. Earth Spike, getting some mana burn out. WQ does not matter.
Hard.
We're now a 5-0 Ursa. Like, it's, again, I'm questioning not putting the Timber mid here. It's so much better a matchup. Wizzy Wizard's actually pretty low bot side, though, and in comes the Magnus. Undone Jin trying to kite away. But it's daytime. Hex lands onto Nico, though, and the Sprout comes in from Render. TP's into the fight. They turn it back around onto Nico and get the Ice Path as well. Render with the kill. Now Potato Knight is the focus. Another Earth Spike lands, another Sprout. Undone Jin with the kill credit. And now Wizzy Wizards all alone has to gush away. Wait for him out. But, yeah, 8 kills to 1. This is really, really rough. Really rough for this Radiant side. Brezer's Wiz not having a great lane phase whatsoever. We take a look at the net worth. All 3 of the top 3 net worth are Salt the Earth. And going even in terms of net worth is Nico across the Nature's Prophet, but the Nature's Prophet hasn't been getting these kills. It's been given over to the side laners mostly, so that's a little bit deceptive.
I mean, this is like the exact kind of game state where this build flourished as on the Nature's Prophet 2. Going this 3-2-0 build, like, and your side lanes are winning, it's free food. And now he has the 4th point in Sprout, which is, again, 280 damage on an 8-second cooldown. Insane. We've got an Earthshaker smoke, so it looks like they're trying to punish it here. It's just hard. You got to find the right angle.
Yeah, trying to punish is really the operative word, because you don't have a Blink Dagger, you don't have an Echo Slam. Really, he's just sitting here for the rune. Gets the Fissure on Render, but I don't think they can actually kill him. He tries TPing out. They got the Skewer back, but the TPs are coming in from the supports, and he still kills Nico anyway before the support TP is complete. The Ice Path gets Kaio, and Zixius picks it up with the dual breath. But oh my God, no, no! Oh, this is murder. This is such a different game from Render from last game, where he fell behind early and had to farm his way back in on a less track. This time he is making so much move across the map. you can go the greediest core, you can go the greediest position 3 in the world, right? Like you can you could possibly do like what did we see in Dream League earlier today? You could do a position 3 faceless this game and have the same results with how much space this Nature's Prophet is creating on the map right now.
Yeah, no offense to Night Soccer. He hasn't done too much this game, but he has 4K net worth. He's won his lane, which is important. Going into that Echo Saber on him, so he's going to be able to click people down pretty hard here.
What are your thoughts on the position 3 faceless, by the way?
So I like it in concept. Did it win? I don't remember if it won. I think it works for Spirit because Spirit's such like an aggressive, not aggressive, sorry, quite the opposite. They're a very defensive, farm-oriented team. And so putting collapse on a carry hero like that and like assuming you're going to out team fight your enemy team
on a Timber, follow up Ice Path, Semper Pidelis decides to go on a KO Hinotsuki. Can't quite dive, gets disarmed. He has the Enrage up though. We see a Nature's Wrath of Nature, excuse me. Undone Jin, level 6. It's about to be nighttime. Almost has his Echo Saber. Was making moves mid lane. Might try to make a move on the Madness. Semper Pi just... I mean, he's manning up on these supports and position 3 from Brothers Wiz, and they can do nothing about it.
The only downside of the Nature's build is he doesn't have a point of treatment, right? So they're making a lot of aggressive moves, but they don't have the tower hitter quite yet. But they will very soon, and this is kind of the strength of the like Night Stalker passive. Now that he has Night's Reign at 10 minutes, it's nighttime. He won his lane. The Morphling has to go back home, so he's gonna go home, and he doesn't really have a place to farm. Like the map already feels so small. We have 3 heroes sitting top, a 4th hero coming.
Oh well,
it's just despair mode.
Wizzy's trying to make something happen, but I mean, as soon as they have vision on Wizzy, they know to back out. I honestly think with the rage up, they could probably win the 3v4. The Kiras and the Winks, they get the fissure, but unfortunately, no Timber Chain, and the rage goes off by Semper Pi. Undone Jin makes his way into the fight, gets the Dark Ascension off, but they end up killing the Ursa in the meantime, so the gold going the favor of Brothers Wiz as the Magnus dives the backline. Both supports caught in the Magnus ultimate, but Undone Jin makes his presence known, even with the shockwave coming down onto all 3 members. It won't be enough. Wizzy, though, waveforms forward, ends up killing the Lion as Nature's Prophet makes his way into the fight, trying to get some damage on Wizzy Wizard right now, but he's fully strength shifted as Undone Jin keeps moving, and they get the Echo Slam onto Undone Jin. He tries to kite away, doesn't have any more free vision, but it doesn't even matter because he is gone. Render is very far forward, Ice Path forward.
Good damage
by Wizzy Wizard. They've got good damage. You try CPing out of the way. The Chakram does enough with the pullback by the Timber Saw, but Semper Pi is respawned. He's back into the fight, takes down the Timber, should down Potato Nut as well. A beautiful Ice Path lands from Zixius as the Chakram comes out and tries to do damage to him. Wizzy Wizard waveforms forward and then gets the kill onto the support. Now strength shifts to get away from Misthiel and Semper Pi. The Hex lands. They've got the Fury swipes. Triple kill for Semper Pi now as Nico tries running away. He doesn't have a Blink Dagger for a little bit longer, and Semper Pi smells blood in the water. TP's coming in from the Earthshaker. So many respawns have happened in this fight. Semper Pi keeps going in, but the Sprout ends up stopping him as Render tries to save Semper Pi from the follow-up damage, but he has the stick, gets it fully onto him, and the Shockwave does not matter. The Sprout lands onto KO, and it's basically a dieback from the Nature's, or the Earthshaker there. Such a long fight. 5 for 4, by the way, at 12 minutes.
And a slight gold swing in favor of the Salty Earth. What did we gain from this as Nature's goes in some more with DD, I want to point out. Just poking.
It's just poking and prodding.
It's so silly. I mean, I don't know. I think at the beginning of that, like, it kind of showed, like, I guess they were a little too overzealous is the word I'd call it. Like, they feel like they're so strong. They feel like they're so strong. Wizzy's ends up getting like a good angle. It's like extending the fight a little bit, but they're still 4K down, so they still end up losing a few people. I don't even know who you say is favored in that whole exchange. Like, I guess Morphling got some gold, maybe him.
Bye-bye.
Well,
Misthiel had vision on a fully agied Morphling. That's tough, buddy. Oh, by the way, he's got 4 stacks on Finger at 13 minutes.
And a blink dagger at 14 minutes or 13
Like,
minutes.
what, this lion is almost the same net worth as the Timbers. Oh no.
Oh, and here's the gross part. Now that they have the Steven up, these towers are gonna fall very quickly. They already lost bots here 1. They're gonna lose mid next. They're probably gonna lose top here in the next couple of minutes. It's gonna set up a really good 15-minute Tormentor, and I mean, I feel like Salt the Earth should be able to kind of run away with this game if they play the map right.
Ice Path plus the Jakiro ultimate. Mystial tries getting out, but the fissure ends up killing him. Still the Dark Ascension onto the back line. Goodbye Timbersaw, and KO doesn't have anything to do here as he gets silenced. He has Echo Slam up and available to him. Ice Path stolen by Wizzy. Tries to stop Undone Jin in his tracks as Nico comes into the fight, lands the shockwave on Undone Jin, but Render is also TP'd and gets damage onto Nico. Blinks out of the way before the Sprout can land. Undone Jin, though, he wants more. He's out for blood on Potato Knight, but decides to move away as he was tanking up the T2 tower.
7k gold lead at 14 minutes is bananas. Nature's Prophet has the Witchblade too, going straight into the Revenant's Brooch. This was my favorite build back in the day, going Parasma Revenant's Brooch, because the magic damage gets amplified by your spell amp decrease you're putting onto people. It's gonna do a lot of damage and scale super hard into the late game here, and it's only 15 minutes. Like, it's looking rough. They need to find an angle. They're smoked up as 4. Maybe if they kill the Ursa, it could be okay. But God, he's so hard to kill. They just don't have damage yet. They need Timber to connect. They just don't have it.
Radiant are scanning.
It's hard.
Well, I find Semper Pi. That's the Enrage. Should be able to get out of this. Rooted up by the 1. Blink in from Nico. He finds Zixius, which tanks the gank for Semper Pi. Honestly, I think you're okay with that if you're Salt the Earth.
Oh yeah, you're so good with that. I think even Wizzies though might be happy though, to be fair, because I think at this point they just need any kill. They need like any kind of way to kind of accelerate. They are getting the Empower points now into the Magnus, so Magnus Morphling, a very, very potent combo.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's just hard. You need to find damage in this game, and it's going to come from the Timbersaw, but he doesn't have any good way without the blink that he's 1,000 gold away from. He doesn't have a good way to get on top of these heroes yet, so it remains to be seen if they can kind of keep finding these poke and prod engagements, or if Salt the Earth is just going to keep putting pedal to the metal here.
Well, I think this does kind of hinge on Undone Jin, right? If he's able to trip up the Timbersaw going into a fight, then Timber's basically useless. On top of the, like, we've seen him, he's not even trying to dive on a Potato Knight because, like, his silence is too powerful against 2 out of the 3 cores from Brothers Wiz. Mystial has an Invis rune, spotted everybody from Salt the Earth.
I mean,
Moving
look how they're
bot
walking
side.
right now. They're walking as 4, just holding each other's hands. Like, if that doesn't explain the state of the game, like, they're so scared to show in lanes because of the Nature's Prophet with the Night Stalker, and the supports as well having damage threat. It gives so much space to the Ursa, who almost has his Blink Dagger. So that's the 17 minute
Blink Dagger. What the heck?
I mean, it's go time. I feel like you're so strong right now. You can take Roche super easily. Maybe take the Tormentor top if you want to. Like, I don't want to see Salt the Earth kind of lay back and get comfortable. I want to see them continue to apply pressure. They have the timings. They have the aggressive draft. They need to execute on it.
Undone Jin almost has his Blink Dagger as well. It's who gets the jump first, but you still don't have your Blink on KO Hinazuki. So I don't think... I mean, they're going to try to get the smoke, but look at the positioning from Salt the Earth. They are so far away from this, and they'll be able to avoid it. They might find the ping on a Render, but can they actually kill him is the question. Now,
it's so hard.
They move into the triangle. Night Stalker will pop this smoke on vision. So they spy out Undone Jin. They should be able to get this kill. But Mystial picked up Wizzy in a solo kill elsewhere. So not even worth it. You get a 3 and you lose your 1.
Yeah, and I think Morphling's going to be obviously the key to the late game here. He's still Morphling. He's still scary. He notably is... I'm not quite sure what the reasoning is here exactly, but he has really bad win rates right now. But I feel like, I mean, level 30 Morphling's going to be able to kind of work some magic here. But you got to get there. And I feel like as soon as Night Stalker is up, again, I keep saying it's go time, but it really is like time to get a little bit of our agency here on Salty Earth. Like, try and speed up this game as much as you can.
Yeah. Complete a Blink Dagger on Semper Pi, going for the defusal. Honestly, I mean, 7k Golden Lead has stalled out. It was 7k at 14 minutes. It's now 8k at 19. So, Gold Lead stalling out is good news if your brother's Wiz. I think it's time to play America's favorite game.
Yes, the Gaben! So, they have Ursa. I think Gaben... What does Gaben feel about Ursa? I feel like Gaben's pretty neutral. But I feel like they see Magnus as like... They don't really like Magnus that much. I'm gonna say, even though I don't think it is that way, I think they're gonna say like 75-25.
71-29 for Salt the Earth.
As we were doing that, sorry. They were trying to take Tormentor, had too few health pools. Everyone got low, and they've just abandoned the Tormentor. So, you know, I think there's a little bit of improvements to be made there. They still hold the keys to this game, but I mean that network lead is slipping a little bit each time. Magnus is getting some space now. Is going the Kaya into the BKB, which I like. A little more spell in for the Shockwave. Into a very needed BKB for the silence against Night Stalker. They have the blink on Earthshaker, notably in 10 gold, so that's like their big timing here that they're kind of look to play on.
DD Rune as well on Nico. Blink Hex. Stopped by a fissure. He has the DD bottled. Ice Path gonna stop him! Misses the kidnap!
Was a really good Ice Path to kind of, because it prevents the kidnap the way he wants to, so he has to go for the weird angle. It was well done by Salty Earth. I mean, again, I don't think you're happy though if you're Salty Earth right now. Like, you started out so strong. The game was what, like 1-11 at some point. You haven't really gotten a kill in the last couple of minutes. You're smoking up now, so if they connect mid, could be a disaster for Wizzy. But if you're Wizzy, just dodge. Don't take a fight. I feel like even with this blink dagger timing.
I think the thing though is, right, like Render and Semper Pi are just so farmed right now. I honestly don't think that they care that they're not doing anything, right? But now we see some smoke on smoke action. Undone Jin obviously has the Dark Ascension. They can TP in the Nature's Prophet at any time as he goes ahead and takes 2 Wisdom Runes.
Oh, Lion, what a balls.
Blinks forward, and in comes Undone Jin! Down goes the one carry, but a nice one! Hello, RP plus the Earth Shaker ulti. Semper Pi makes his way into the fight, though. Takes down the Magnus. Piggy, though, trades it back around on a Semper Pi. Undone Jin can't really do a whole lot here as he's too low. Trying to get some damage onto the supports is Render. He's able to force stuff down onto the low ground, but Piggy Master follows up with the Blink Dagger. Gets the W on Undone Jin. He moves up onto the high ground using his ultimate. And Render's pretty low right now as well. Down he goes. Piggy Master picks up another kill. And it's 4 for 2 in favor of the Brothers Wiz. Oh no, what a disastrous fight for Salt the Earth. And a huge RP into Echo Slam for the Brothers Wiz.
Yeah, they kind of just sat back, right, for the past few minutes. So it gave Wizzy a lot of time to kind of talk about, like, what's our item timing? How are we going to take the fight? And we saw the execution there. Like, once they get their Blink Daggers, they have the superior team fight ultis if they can kind of kite out the Night Stalker. So they wait for the Night Stalker silence to be done, get the RP, get the Echo, deal so much damage in the fight. It's tough if you're Salty Earth. Like, you feel like they're so strong, but fights like these really put that into question. And I mean, you have your Ursa. They kind of took that fight like 1 foot in the door, 1 foot out, if that makes sense. Like, not everybody was there at the start. They couldn't really capitalize on anything. And they're making the Roche play now, but I feel like if you just accelerated the pace of this game a little quicker, like, you could have made these plays earlier. The game's probably still slightly in your favor, but it doesn't feel good. You know, you lost a fight, you lost a 4K, like, net worth lost there. Like, it's getting tricky now, and the game's only going to get trickier with these team fight spells.
So they didn't have vision on Semper Pi going into the pit, but they did spot him coming out of the pit. So they know that Roche has some damage on it. They know Semper Pi is half health.
We'll see if they can...
Piggy Master is almost to his Aghanim Scepter. He's only 200 gold away from that. So the upgraded reactive armor basically stops a lot of the damage coming in from the Nature's Prophet and from the Ursa. Just way too much armor, way too tanky. Ursa's going Aghanim Scepter. I do like this, actually, quite a lot from the Ursa. But I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get it at an appropriate timing where you have the blink completed and Echo Slam is up. You have the blink on the Magnus, RP is up, right? And he's almost going to have this BKB. This is getting a bit more dicey for Salt the Earth.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I mean, they're getting the Tormentor play now, but again, they could have taken this at like 16 minutes, right? I almost think they got too comfy in their lead. They're farming, you know, and they're getting good farm, but they didn't look at the team fights well. And like, I guess they didn't give their opponents, I would say, like, proper respect, if that makes sense. And I gotta say, if Wizzies gets this roast that they're in right now, it is the disaster case for Salt the Earth. That's like the Aegis you wanted to kind of push the tempo in to this game. Take the second Aegis at like 28-30 and try and close the game out. Now you give your opponent an Aegis, you give them fighting power into this game. They still have the better team fight else. I'm gonna keep saying, like, the game is like turned upside down its head.
Yeah, it definitely has. I mean, the gold lead increases just because there's a whole lot of net worth attached to Tormentor now, so I don't think they're too upset as far as late game is concerned with that, but in the short term, I think Wizzy Wizard completed Sanjin Yasha and Vlad's. It's such a difficult hero to deal with if you don't get on top of him and blow him up instantly with your Lion, with your Night Stalker, with your Nature's Prophet, right? And Nature's went Witchblade, Hurricane Pike. I personally, and I don't know what your opinions are on this because you play the hero more than I do, but I feel like it was a bit of a mistake to go Witchblade this game instead of going the Silence, right? In comes Semper Pi. In comes Undone Jin. They find their way onto both supports with that, but Semper Pi is pretty low. He's trying to turn on Piggy Master. Nico can't get the kidnap, as they've already taken down the Ursa in exchange for the Oracle. Still, Undone Jin takes down both supports, but he's lost his position 1. Render trying to get some damage on Piggy Master. Self sprouts. 4 staffs away. Nico blinks up. Shockwave on Azixius. Timber Chain gets the Q. Azixius 4 staffs away, but Wizzy Wizard gets the waveform, gets the kill. Nico still has RP up and available to him. They find Mystial and get another kill, even though the Lion tries to get the Finger of Death out.
Oh, baby, we got a game. They're, I don't know, they just, like, they can't quite find the opening of these fights. Even though Night Stalker got on the backline, like, Ursa's just a little bit too far up and just takes too much incremental damage from Timber. He just ends up falling too quickly in that fight. And, I mean, they're not really able to play the fights like that on the side of, what's it called? On the side of Salt the Earth without Ursa, so... Pretty, honestly, like, pretty clinical fight. They didn't even have their support ultis. Like, they still have RP, they still have Echo Slam. They have a BKB now in Magnus, so the silence doesn't matter. I mean, it's just go time again for them. They just need to keep trying to find these pickoffs and keep trying to push the map a little more.
But regardless, I question the idea of going this Parasma instead of Orchid is kind of my thesis here. Right? Because I think Orchid is a better win more item than Witchblade, typically.
Honestly, like, the item I was looking for, I always look for with Nature's Prophet is Maelstrom. Especially, like, Witchblade was good for the aggression he had, right? But they ended up sitting back for a few minutes. If he had Maelstrom, he could have like a couple thousand more net worth right now. And then he can go like the Witchblade and stuff.
Vixis gets stove, T2 mid lane. It is daytime, Night Stalker doesn't have an ult for another 16 seconds. Render going this BKB. I mean, Ursa and Nature's Prophet are still top net worth in the game. But, I mean, Piggy Master... He's pulled himself up to 3rd, almost completely even with the other 2. Has the Blink Dagger going into the Shiva's Guard. Has the Aghanim Scepter, has this Kaya. Like, it is such a strong Timbersaw. After being given probably the worst lane I've seen a Timbersaw be given in a match like this in a long time.
It was quite despair mode. Yeah, I think now that he's gotten out of lane, the hero has decent matchups. I think Night Stalker and Ursa are obviously a little tricky, but honestly, Ag solves a lot of your issues this game. You just hit the button. They don't have dispels or anything. No one really wants Nullifier. I mean, Ursa does later, but it's gonna be like a 5th or 6th item. So you've got a lot of time where like you're the strongest.
On one of your supports.
Yeah, I could.
I don't think anyone wants to be able to break this game. I don't think anyone wants to be able to dispel this game. It's Yeah,
you need like even like a Yules. Does anyone have a Yules? I mean, Jakiro does. So it's gonna be on Jakiro to try and pop the shield that way. It's just tricky though, and I really like what Wizzy's doing here. They're recognizing like we push objectives. Like we see heroes mid, we see heroes top. I best to just punish the bot.
44 seconds on
really
the Aegis.
Power.
And BKB coming on courier for Wizzy. Meanwhile, Render is doing Nature's Prophet things. I will say that's the one good thing about having a Nature's Prophet in this game. Even if the enemy team is pushing objectives, so can you.
Gotta be careful
KO
though.
finds Render though. The TPs are coming in. They land the Fissure, and the Enchant Totem, and the Shockwave. Oh no, Render cannot TP out. He's trying the best he can. No! Stunned up against his own Sprout by the Wizzy Wizard, and he goes on a killing spree.
The minute they take that tower, he's gotta like have Spidey senses like they're coming for me, they're coming for me, they're coming for me. That death is so detrimental. They smoked up on 2. I mean, I love the smoke by Wizzies here. Push it, push it, push it. I think if Salt the Earth runs into this is gonna be like a horrible engagement. They found supports.
Yes, they have. Ember chain forward, getting the slow off the Shredder. And Wizzy comes back in. Whirling Death for the kill.
And I think for the first time this game,
they have a gold
Wizzies
blade.
has a net worth advantage, yeah. How it's turned around, right? Like Timbersaw had what, like 3k out of lane, if that. Now is almost top of the net worth. Really goes to show like if you can play the map correctly and if you can kind of recover your lane states, like you can go really far in Dota.
Well, we are now pushing high grounds. They have a glyph. They have a free glyph, in fact, so they're gonna go ahead and use it. Number 5. Looking like he wants to be found, and Nico gets the kidnap plus the RP. Undone Jin pops the ult, dives the backline as Nico is now in danger from Semper Pi. They got the Oracle. Undone Jin, though, in danger from Wizzy Wizard as Nico is taken super low. So is Semper Pi. Xixius, though, ends up getting the Ice Path as the Echo Slam comes down on the Nature's Prophet. He goes down. Mystial in trouble as well. So far, it's 2 for 1. Make that 2 for 2. Make that 3 for 2. As they end up taking down the Night Stalker on the backside of the fight, and holy crap, Brothers Wiz forcing a buyback out of the Lion. Gonna continue to push this high ground. Semper trying to find Piggy Master, instead might be the one who's gotten. Ice Path lands onto Wizzy Wizard. He's trying to get away. He's hexed and in a Sprout, and down goes Wizzy.
That's expensive though. Nature's Prophet buyback for that. I mean, it helps like the momentum a little bit, but net worth wise, it looks like they gained it too. So worth it overall, but he's gonna be very scary if he dies in one of these side lanes, which he has earlier. It's tricky. It's really tricky. They're not getting the most out of the Night Stalker in these fights. Like they're getting the vision, but they just can't quite capitalize on it. Ursa doesn't really have a good entry into the fight, so he can't blink in with the vision. And honestly, like, they're playing around the Night Stalkers so beautifully on the side of Wizzies. They're understanding like, all right, supports, you're gonna go through a horror experience. That's okay. Like
Invis rune onto Render. They might try to 2-on-1, 2 supports on 1 core here. But the smoke, it's around. Salt the Earth will be able to find this Oracle before they're able to collapse. The TP's coming in from the Timber Saw. They land the Ice Path on a Potato Knight. Undone Jin goes ahead and helps blow him up with the aid of the Finger of Death. Now KO has to run away alongside Piggy Master. Blinks out from Undone Jin. It is nighttime, but he has the Dark Ascension. in 6 seconds. They might want to take this fight with the Oracle down because they're going to be missing a lot of their save. Still no Ursa in the fight, though, so it will be 4v4 with the Magnus coming in from the side.
Oh, he's looking. He's fishing.
We'll land the Fissure on Mystial, plus the rest of the damage coming in from Wizzy. And Nico with that Shockwave ends up getting the kill onto the Lion. Render TP's away. TP away from Zixius. A blink out from Undone Jin, so it ends up being a trade to support bot side.
It's a scary game, I think, for Salt of the Earth now. When you, like, know you were slapping the enemy, and then all of a sudden, like, the game feels like it's turned, like, on its head upside down, like it has, you gotta stay strong, and you have to, like, still talk about, like, you can't talk about, like, the missed opportunities, you have to focus on the now. Like, how do they fish their way out of this? And I think it's going to be off the back of Night Stalker Natures. These two need to connect onto damage. They need to kill the cores quickly, but then Ursa has to not die and like play really safe until Night Stalker can connect to him. So it's going to take some bopping and weaving. It's going to take some communication. I think they can do it, but I mean, I don't know. The team fight is insane on Wizzies. RP into Echo, we've already seen. Timber saw Ling in the damage too. Like, they've got a tough road ahead of them, I think, at this point.
Render's got his BKB coming on Courier. Semper decided to go Aghanim Scepter instead of BKB. Undone Jin is BKB. So this is kind of, I think, the next timing for Salt the Earth is like all 3 cores have damage mitigation in the form of BKB or an Aghanim Scepter on Ursa. Render dodges away from the Fissure. He's trying to fight for the Wisdom, ends up getting himself out. Nope.
Oh, he got him.
RP misses from Nico, though, but it does not matter with the Ul Scepter. Render TP's out with the BKB. Can he get out? Yes, he does. That's actually... BKB for an RP is actually pretty good if you are Salt the Earth.
Yeah, you're really happy with that. But I think important thing, they have to capitalize, like, right now. It looks like they're grouped up as 3, so looks like their punish is the Roche Pit as Roche. It takes him so long to get to the other side, but as he kind of meanders over.
And if you start hitting him before he hits the Roche Pit, you just get thrown.
Which looks so funny, I'm gonna say again. It looks so ridiculous.
Well, they have the vision for it. Ice Path onto 2. Zixius pops into the Glimmer, but he's spotted on vision as well as Mystial's on the side. Force stops himself, but he can't get to the low ground. KO blinks forward, but Mystial's able to blink back, and in comes Wizzy, but he's taken down low by the combination Undone Jin and the Ursa, who gets shredded by Piggy Master coming into the fight with the aid of Wizzy, and now he's diving the back lines. Zixius has to try to get away, so does Render. Force staffs himself into the Roshan pit, but that's where you want to be, buddy. KO gets the kill. Mystial trying to run away. They've got the stun, they've got the Yules, and Wizzy's got the silence stolen from Undone Jin. Should go down pretty low, but he does use the free pathing to get out.
Oh no, another Roche is Roche is very confused here and is walking back into his home. Yeah, I mean, again, like, they're fighting the team fights and they're fighting the skewer backs. Lion, I think, was just out of position there, frankly. Gets picked off there. Truthfully, like, the fights are falling apart here. They're getting kind of picked apart one by one when they're the team con that wants to pick people apart. It's looking really scuffed for Salt right now. They need to, like, focus on a target, and they need to understand, like, each other's roles in these fights. Understand that Undone Jin's gonna control the tempo, and you just need to follow his lead. Because Night Stalker, like, he's worse on the net worth again for the cores. He doesn't have the threat on his own to really kill people. He needs to connect with his teammates.
Well, and they're gonna kill him on his own top side.
Oh no.
It's daytime.
Oh, Salt.
They have no Dark Ascension. And they have no more T2s. The Aegis is on Wizzy. It's 8k gold deficit for Salt in the Earth. The brothers Wiz are pushing this high ground. They have Glyph. It should be free. Zixius to go down, though. They have a free Glyph if they try to keep hitting these racks. Semper Pi tries moving in. He gets disarmed, though. Pulled back in by the Shockwave. Wizzy wants more alongside Piggy Master. Down goes the Ursa. They have free Glyph. They need to use it. because they're going to lose it anyways. So the melee racks goes down. There it is. They use it just a second late, but it should still refresh.
Yeah, it still refreshes.
Middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks.
I mean, all the momentum has gone straight into Wizzies. Ursa doesn't want to buy back, but may have to here. If Magnus gets one more pullback, I think it might be game. If he finds like an RP, if he finds like a skewer back on a support.
They still have RP. They still have Echo Slam. And they're just
Ursa's
moving
buy
on
back.
to the last T3. Ursa has to buy back. Piggy Master tries moving on to Render. He's able to force staff away. In comes the Ursa buyback. In comes the Undone Jin ultimate. He found both supports, but they Yules away. And now Undone Jin tries to dive the Oracle. They find him with the Ursa, but they've lost one support of their own. The RP comes in. It's not able to do a whole lot of damage. They've lost the Earthshaker as well, as Semper Pi is on to the Timber Saw alongside Wizzy. But he turns around, he morphs into the Night Stalker, and he takes down the Ursa. And Piggy Master stays alive. The only buyback available is now on the Jakiro. And that should be GG. No buyback on the 2 damage core. It might be nighttime, but it's soon to be
There it
daytime.
is.
You have no Dark Ascension. GG's call. The Brothers Wiz take game number 1.
What a masterclass of a comeback by Brothers Wiz. I really think what nips Salty Earth in the butt there is they just didn't push the tempo when they had it. They didn't respect the team fight coming out of Brothers Wiz. And Brothers Wiz, I mean, they pulled the spirit. They played like Team Spirit there. Like, they just took the fights, had the better team fight, pulled them apart, and just farmed their way to the win. It's hard if you're Salty Earth to kind of come back mentally, but they have to if they want to win this series.
With that, we're going to take a quick break, and then game number 2. We'll be right back after this. Welcome one, welcome all, and welcome back to the PwR March 2025 Draft Tournament Upper Division Grand Finals between Salt the Earth and the Brothers Wiz, who won game number 1 after losing the early game. They come back in. They have chosen first pick. Salt the Earth have chosen the Radiant side. And we are in game number 2 now as Salt the Earth bans DK and Jakiro, not wanting to see that one again, even though they played it in the last game. As the Brothers Wiz go ahead and ban out the ABBA, I'm expecting a Lifestealer ban. I'm expecting a Tiny ban. What are we expecting to change in the drafts going into game number 2?
I feel like you have to ban Magnus. Like, I don't think Nico had like the most amazing game by any means, but like he really had great impact, great skewerbacks. I honestly like it's those games are the hardest to evaluate, right? Because by all means you are slapping them from 10 to 20. You know, I think it's going to be more of like a playstyle shift than anything. Like, keep assuring yourselves, like, all right, you know, we were ahead at one point. We can get to that position. We just need to keep it. We need to, like, up the tempo. We really need to figure out, like, how are we actually going to transition into a win here rather than kind of falling back a little bit. And also giving your opponents respect, like. But I think part of that as well is, like, not giving them too much team fight to get them back into the game. So I want to see the Magnus ban. And they're probably not going to. They're probably going to ban what they banned last time, which was the Phoenix. But would definitely like that hero gone.
Dire team ban.
There's a mag ban actually. Good start.
There it is. Lifestealer ban. They're gonna first pick Tiny.
Radiant team pick.
Coming in. So this hero, this is like mag light, okay? Where mag is usually 2, sometimes 3, sometimes carry. Tiny is going to be usually carry, sometimes mid. The carry build is you get a crap ton of status resistance, you get S and Y for more status resistance, you get Revenant's Brooch, which, again, he's the best abuser of Revenant's Brooch. His crit is insane, and he gets an insane magic crit with it. He's a scary hero, and I think you really have to have some answers cooked up here, because you knew they were going to ban Lifestealer, you knew they were going to ban ABBA, you banned DK, you banned Magnus. Like, they have to find some carry, if it's like Slark, Ursa, whatever you think it is, to like chunk down this Tiny. He is a threat.
Have you ever heard of this great thing called Winter Wyvern Position 3 that absolutely craps on Tiny? No. They're not gonna do it.
That is not the hero.
that is Phantom Assassin. I don't love Phantom Assassin here, actually.
I think Phantom Assassin is poo-poo garbage into Tiny.
Hey, you have a 1400 gold break at least.
That's true. Not like, I mean, you could break Craggy. That's pretty cool. And then he tosses you, avs you, smacks you with MKB, which he doesn't like love to buy, but you know he can buy. It does stop the Revenant's Brooch timing, which is important. If you miss on the Revenant's Brooch hit, it's very sad for Tiny. Actually, they do ban the Wyvern, which I think is a good Tiny answer.
Yes.
Which makes a lot of sense. Also banning the Night Stalker. I think Undone Jin played it really well. They just weren't able to connect on everybody. Like, he was giving the vision. He was making the fight hell for all of his supports, or all of the supports on the enemy team. They just couldn't quite link up the cores for it.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
Curious. They banned Axe last game. No, I'm sorry. The other team banned Axe. Salt the Earth banned Slark, but you don't necessarily have to do that. I still probably would think about it. Other heroes that are through Rubik. Good.
They banned Timber. Was good against them last game. I feel like you could pick Timber into the Tiny if you really wanted to, is kind of the thing. But they decided against it. Decided going for Rubik. This was banned against them last game. So, and who was it? Mystial was very good on it. No, was Mystial? Yeah, because they were playing Dire side for that. So Mystial was very good on it in the lower bracket finals. So I do like it.
It is the it's the best support Tiny answer, and honestly, or like answer for Tiny from the support role is the best way to phrase that. And even better now that they changed Tiny. So before Tiny spells, Ava did more damage to units that were tossed, and tossed did a little less damage. They buffed the damage of both spells, but Now Ava doesn't do more damage to tossed units, so it's overall a little less damage. But when you're Rubik and you have better tiny spells that you already want to steal, stealing Avalanche is like detrimental. So currently, Brother Wiz's game plan is find Rubik, kill Rubik, and then Tiny gets a good game. So I'm looking for dive heroes for them.
Like Night Stalker, who is banned away, but I feel like there are other options.
Spirits are very good. I would probably run Tiny Carry in that case. Ogre is not that, but Ogre Tiny is one of the grossest combos. You're going to hit fast, you're going to take buildings in, I think, like 3 seconds. And give a good lane too. Not like the best hero nowadays, but for a synergy, your level is like probably the best support pick you could have taken.
Ogre, Tiny.
5 seconds remaining.
They're going to pick another support here, I'd have to imagine. What support do you even pick here? Abba's out of the pool, Jakira's out of the pool, Wyvern's out of the pool. Those are kind of your 3 top of meta ones right now.
I think like one of the Invis boys that were meta last patch, maybe like Nyx or Ricky or Bounty could be okay.
Clockwork's in the pool too as well.
I like Clockwork quite a bit. Kind of fits that archetype of you want to get vision for the backline and then you want to be able to jump the backline. So currently we have synergy with Tiny, and then we have like Beefy Guy and Ogre, and then Tiny. Centaur kind of fits that. It's like a jump movement speed into it. It's not very clean though. You need something else, I feel like.
I mean, it's a good lane into the PA. Right, so that's probably what they're thinking, but like they won that lane last time. I don't think they're gonna have any issues winning lanes. No, they didn't. Never mind. Salt the Earth won that lane last time. The other way around.
So I always like Warlock when you think you can't win the lane no matter what, and then you're just gonna hit W on your carry. So PA is looking to go even. I think if she gets an Ook, maybe they can get some damage on a Centaur, but Warlock will stabilize a lane, not necessarily win it, but at least make it even. And gives you some flexibility now to pick probably the Undone Jhin hero, if I had to guess.
I mean, we saw Semper Pi on the PA in lower bracket finals. Looked... No, it wasn't Semper Pi, it was the other team's carry. Never mind. I was like, lost lane and then came back in, but that was different team.
So if I'm Undone Jhin and I see a bunch of tanky boys, I feel like I want some damage. On his hero pool, according to good old Dota Buff, he hasn't played Underlord in 3 months, but that would fit that archetype.
There's Necro.
Ooh, Necro.
This was a really good Wyvern ban, actually. Like, obviously most people don't play it core, but like, Wyvern counters all 3 of these heroes. So I feel like they kind of had the plan. Trying to think, so you've got Underlord, you've got Necrophos, 2% health damage. You go for Dawnbreaker instead. I mean, she's just generally good right now. Enables you to do things like what happened with the Nature's Prophet last game, but from the off lane. They go ahead and pick up Zeus as their other support. Yeah. I don't know, man. I feel like Brothers Wiz is just running away with this draft.
I tend to agree. That's my support that I was wanting to get vision, by the way. Gonna get vision for 5 seconds after your ultis. Very strong. And you're gonna dive the supports every time. Those are 2 very static heroes that can't really do anything. I honestly really dislike Dawnbreaker when whoever you're trying to save is just gonna die. Because I think what's gonna happen is that they're gonna like Zeus ulti, Centaur stomp in, Tiny's gonna blink in, and then kill everybody. And I think when Dawnbreaker tries to ult in, she's just going to feed as well. Like, she's not going to be able to save Warlock Rubik. So I'm honestly a little puzzled. I feel like Salt the Earth really needs, like, the standout mid-pick to win this game. OD would have been good. That was a good ban by Brothers Wiz. Honestly, Earthshaker Huskar would have been good for them, too. I don't know.
I mean, at this point, you have to go cheese, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Like, you could still technically go at Necro here, maybe, depending on what the mid matchup is by Brothers Wiz, but
I think I like Necro. The only hesitation I have is Necro gets real big slapped by Tiny. Last Shark would have been pretty sick. I actually like that one. That's a lot of damage.
Last Shark would have been pretty nice. I mean, like the mid that pops out to me is by definition she is like AA here. It was actually pretty decent, but I don't think you want to. I don't think AA mid's actually that good right now. That's kind of the thing.
5 seconds remaining.
All right, hear me out. I hasn't seen play in a while, but I've been playing a little bit in my pubs. I think Wind Ranger is getting a little slept on. And yes, you can't ulti the Centaur, but I feel like trying to kill Tiny every fight could be okay.
There's just so much spell damage, though, to go through Wind Run from Brothers Wiz. I'd be a little bit scared of it until you get BKB.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It's like I don't know, they need like a lot of damage. And with a Phoenix on top of that...
No.
Give me the Phoenix mid. Or it could be Zeus mid too, mind you, but... That is...
You told me they were going to nerf this hero coming into this patch and I shouldn't learn it 3. I really should just learn this 3. They're never nerfing this hero.
Like, I don't know why they didn't touch this. I think Phoenix is so crazy right now. Still.
That's the hero I need to learn, is just Phoenix 3. But... I mean, like, again, like, you just need a lot of damage coming from your mid laners. There aren't a whole lot of high damage mids left on the table. There's like Nature's Prophet is still available for you if you want to go for it. And like, you looked good on the Nature's Prophet early last game. But maybe they just go for it. Instead they go for Puck.
Ooh,
that doesn't solve their damage problem at all, though.
So... Okay, yeah, it is Nico Zeus. So their read is that they need to get on the Zeus every fight. And they need to cause chaos before they can get jumped on, if that makes sense. Like, Puck's going to go in, Waning Rift Silence, and then hope to God they don't get avalanched. And then hopefully create enough havoc to where Warlock and Rubik get a fight. Now, I worry because Puck is not a damage dealer at all for the first like 15 minutes of this game, 20 minutes, and it only gets, I mean, eventually it'll kind of scale up in the late game. I think I'm gonna go Brother Wiz here, unfortunately. As much as I want game 3, like, I think Tiny Phoenix Ogre is so scary. I'm not high on Zeus mid, but I feel like Zeus does the job of find the backline, and it's gonna be up to Centaur and Tiny to blow them up, and I don't think Dawnbreaker can save them.
I mean, you have 4 insanely tanky heroes on the Brothers Wiz team, and your only source of damage is a Phantom Assassin.
Well,
that's my read on it.
Does some good damage.
Again, though, it's like Centaur, Tiny, Ogre, Phoenix. Some of these heroes are strength, some are universal. Doesn't matter. They all have high strength gain and like strength items. So it does to me seem like Salt the Earth couldn't find the answer, especially with the Leshrac being banned out. But even then, right, like Centaur counters Leshrac pretty hard. You just stand right next to him and then he dies. So it does seem to me like Brothers Wiz kind of just outdrafted with that first pick. We could be wrong. I was wrong 2 games in a row, so we'll see how it goes this time around.
I think the one positive they have is Rubik and the Tiny is insane, and it's going to give you a lot of team fight. And I think as well, in general, I favor the team fight of Salty Earth. So they have Golem, they have Dream Coil. I'm not going to count Dawnbreaker ulti if the fights turn out the way I think they're going to, which is target gets blown up, Dawnbreaker's in, Dawnbreaker dies. But they just need to like really focus Egg down, and then they don't have any team fight on the side of Dire. If they can do that, I could definitely see World Salty Earth wins fights. It just looks really tricky.
I mean, do they even have any egg hitters other than PI though? And you hit her with Fire Spirits once, and then they have 0 egg hitters?
I think Puck's like okay at it.
Puck gets no attack speed other than the Witchblade. Right?
True.
Like...
True. It's not like... It's quite a bit of attack speed. I don't know. Maybe they find Phoenix beforehand. I think that is a good point. Like, it's going to be tricky to take down the egg. I mean, Dawnbreaker in theory could hit it too. Like, just gets...
Did I say Summer Strength, Summer Universal? I forgot they moved Phoenix back to being a strength hero. Yeah, like...
Thank God, by the way. That was so weird that Phoenix was universal.
Really was. Ah,
Is that the nerf I was calling for? No.
it's not really a nerf. No. I mean, like, if anything, it's a nerf to support Phoenix because Spirit Vessel is less value, and that's about it. Right?
I mean, you can't do the double circlet triple branch start and get 58 base damage and with fire spirits, which is like a nerf. The way I play Phoenix, though, Phoenix mid did not get nerfed. That being said, so well, good first deny on the mid lane. I think this is where their like Salty Earth's chances. This is where it's gonna start. I think if Puck can get a good like lane into the Zeus, can really like bully him.
Yeah.
We could see the start of a snowball, but
I mean,
I think Zeus is really good into Puck. So,
yeah, that's the problem. Like we saw Render get completely out MMR'd in in the lower bracket finals, but he did win the lane versus Nico in game 1, but that was also just a favorable matchup for Render. This time around, it's not the favored matchup, even though they got this Puck 24 pick. So that was the other thing. You 24 pick Puck and you're not going to win lane with it. Unless you just think that you're better.
I mean, I will say, as someone who plays a lot of Zeus and quite a bit of Puck, I feel like Puck is already really happy with how this started. Zeus doesn't have a lot of mana. He's fairing out bottle, but doesn't like have too much. It's really going to be on Render to get the phase shift dodges. That was a really good one there. And really like stave off the early game to then kill him at 6. If Zeus is able to just hit Q like he kind of is right now, this could get really dirty really quick.
I mean, it's 7 and 2,
he has a
4
late
and
bottle
1
too.
as well.
Yeah. This is when it gets really impressive, when you can just spam Q every time you hit or last hit. Not very fun.
And it's going for the hard shove too. Because your Zeus, farming under tower for the other guy is not amazing.
Oh, good last hit. Looking at bot side, Phoenix is taking a lot of damage here. I mean, the Warlock is.
I mean, the Fatal Bonds is very nice, but they're gonna get more damage on the Semper Pi. Ends up getting the kill, but traded around on the Piggy Master. Honestly, I think you're very fine with that if you're the Centaur, right? Like, yeah, Phoenix is gonna die to Fatal Bonds a lot early on because she doesn't have a whole lot of strength super early, but like Fatal Bonds going is damage on a Warlock, and it's going to turn around and be damage on this PA as well.
The gross thing is he's going to be able to go like 1-1-3, and then PA can't even hit him at all. So we will see how much Warlock can really stabilize from this point. It's looking pretty tricky already.
Much like your teammates, they would max retaliate.
Ayo.
I expected a groan out of that one, not a. For context, 2/5, 3/5 of my co-caster's AD2L team used to be on a team called Max Retaliate. But
It's, you know, we like them as a team, so we took all their players. The Centaur wishes he had more points in Retaliate here. Oh my god.
yeah, 1-1-1-1. I go down. Phoenix got Fire Spirits on the Semper Pi. And a Blood Grenade. Couldn't they turn it around? The Icarus dive back! Oh man, the Fire Spirits are so clutch. Getting the evasion needed. And now Semper Pi is lower than the Centaur. It doesn't have strength, so Piggy Master's already just naturally regenning back up. Zixius Shadow Words heals him up, but man, oh man.
Only lived there because he got like 3 evasion procs too, I want to point out. Would have died otherwise. I mean, well done by Phoenix. That was quite the outplay. And definitely a kill that they wish they had gotten, because lane's already kind of getting a little tricky here. Only 12 last
Spirits
hits.
on the Semper Pi again. Centaur Stomp, double edge. Semper Pi cannot turn on a Piggy Master because he's now got 2 points in Retaliate. As you mentioned, going to go that 1-1-3.
Yeah, it's hard. On the bright side, only lane with a favorable assets right now. Undungeon.
Number 5 Pines
Actually-
KO.
completely honest. I wasn't expecting that. That's why I turned
No, I was
Tesh away.
looking
They might get
topside.
Centaur too.
They definitely might. They gotta be careful, though. Want to heal Semper Pi as Piggy Master tries dodging through trees. Gets away with the vision. Centaur Stomp as well as the double edge. KO's
Oh,
here.
not again.
Blood Grenade on a Semper Pi. Not again! Not again! Hold up. Zixius is way out of position. Goodbye. Semper Pi dives in on the KO. Double edge lands. Icarus dive, and down
can't
goes
do
Semper
this.
Pi. Oh no.
Oh my lord, you can't do it to him again, Phoenix.
Why
So
why does my support have a radiance at level 4, level 3?
Hey, whoa. He needs it. Don't worry about it. All right.
We take a look at net worth. Top 2, Zeus and Centaur. Number 3, PA and Puck, and Tiny is actually ahead of the Dawnbreaker right now. So
I wonder where all those last hits are coming from, because the last hit department, I thought Dawnbreaker was doing better. Yeah, I think this lane should be going a little bit better for Undungeon. Maybe Ogre is just making it too hard with the learning curve. And maybe he's just getting too many denies on the side of Wizzy.
dive on a
but-
Nico. Telekinesis should secure the kill. He actually fairy fires and heavily jumps to stay alive. Render blinks in, phase shifts, gets the kill onto Grim Reaper.
Was very well executed. That's the level 6
Oh, they
dive
forgot
that
to
I was
tag the
talking about.
lobby. That's why it says Grim Reaper instead of... Oh, but everything else is showing. But it was Mystial in the last... Never mind.
Dire's middle tower is under
The mystery deepens.
Damage on a Wizzy. Potato Knight has himself with the Ignite. They have to get the Avalanche as well. Wizzy tries getting out. Puck TP's in. Render does not have the ultimate. Wizzy picks up a tree. Getting the silence on the Wizzy. Good enough to secure the kill on a Render.
I think Tiny could have just ran, but maybe thought he
Tiny
would
definitely
get a
could have
little-
just ran there.
tower is under attack.
You know, that's actually huge for Puck too, because I was on regen rune too, so they get a lot of regen. So I mean, they don't really lose anything for that gank. And get the D ward there mid. I mean, it's looking pretty good for Puck's game. That's kind of the star winner of these lanes. I do always worry with Puck. Like, the biggest concern with this hero is, can you get the Witchblade like pre 13 minutes, 14 minutes? If you do that, you're like the best hero on the map. But you have to get there. And I think this game, Tiny could be a little bit of a threat. Centaur stun is a little annoying. And it is a lot of matter damage, so we'll see. We'll see how good RNDR can hit these buttons and dodge a lot of these spells.
Puck being the ultimate, I'm just better hero.
Well, notably-
Okay, never mind. I think probably Storm is actually the ultimate, I'm just better hero, but Puck's pretty up there.
It's probably one of those two, honestly. They're pretty neck and neck. Notable interactions this game, even though I'm pretty sure this is still bugged. Like, you shouldn't be able to stun, like, hit E through Avalanche. You can do that on Puck, so you can phase shift sometimes if you're getting avalanched, which could come into effect here. And that's really the only play you have against Tiny at the moment. You're not killing him, so... Actually, as I say that, goes top again. Might look for a Dream Coil setup with DD.
Pops the DD, gets the Dream Coil, just as you said. Avalanche,
Oh,
toss.
TNs
TP's
and
coming in
DPs.
from the rest of the team, though. Render's pretty low. He gets taken down by the Thunder God's Wrath, and Wizzy Wizard gets out alive. Oh no, just a disastrous gank gone wrong, and Centaur goes ahead, pops the Stampede. KO ends up picking up that kill. Oh no.
Man, oh man. It's one of those plays where you feel like it's so good, right? Like, you have DD, you want to hit the go button, but the problem is you have to consider the other heroes on the map, like, making rotations, and you really upset the flow of things when you do this, as
Double
looks like
edge
PA getting
stomp.
gone on bot.
Blink onto KO. But taking down the Phoenix. Stolen Stomp on Grim Reaper right now, actually. So I might be able to take down the Centaur, especially because he doesn't have Stampede up. Nope. Stops to stop Semper Pi from getting the kill, but Grim Reaper is all too happy to take that for themselves.
That was a much needed move by the Rubik. They have to. I mean, I don't know. I feel like after that, after what happened top, like you have to get some kill on the map. Not even necessarily like gold wise, but just like feeling of the game wise. Like if you don't make a move there, you feel like you can't make any moves, and then you kind of retract in the game. Whereas now, like, okay, Centaur can die if they step up too far. That's our win condition here. Until at least Puck hits the Witchblade, which again, you want to get pre 15 minutes. Looks like it's, or pre 14, 13, I should say. Looks like it's on pace for that, but could definitely get tricky if Zeus keeps pushing them in a lane.
Yeah. I mean, Nico's currently sitting highest net worth. Puck is now behind the Tiny, and PA is 100 gold ahead of that, so. Still pretty neck and neck in terms of net worth for everybody except for Undungeon, who has fallen behind and is now the poorest core.
I wonder... That's like the third game that's happened, right? Like, even the games where Undungeon was ahead in lane, they kind of ended up falling behind in net worth. Is that
KO being
like,
dove mid lane as well as Nico. Tater Knight comes in. Render gets the silence and the illusory orb. Egg gets popped. Stay alive. They use the Thunder God's Wrath, but will not be enough for a kill.
That definitely reads like go time for Radiant here. Like, big spells used, no damage with Thunder Gods. Rubik got...
Did he steal Supernova? Yes, he did.
All right, now it's time to go.
Okay, what? I'm sorry, what? KO? Hello? There was so much time in between that Supernova and the time Rubik stole it. He didn't use a single spell?
Radiant's bottom tower.
It's funny because I think Phoenix spells kind of suck other than Supernova. Like, I mean, Sunray does a lot of damage, but also kills you pretty quickly. Maybe him having Fire Spirits is worse. I have to think
Rock
about that.
dropped.
Like,
Where did Rock get dropped?
he was pumping it. Pump faking.
Okay, I just heard the thing. There's the
There's
stolen
the
Supernova.
egg.
There's the Rock. Nico Heavenly jumps to get away. Potato Knight makes his presence known. Gets caught in a Dream Coil. TPs are coming in for the rest of the team, though, and they turn it back around on the Puck, who goes down, and in comes the Stampede. Now on the Grim Reaper. There is nothing to be done here, even with the Solar Guardian coming down. Grim Reaper ends up falling, and Piggy Master wants to continue this dive. The team calls him off as the TP comes in from Semper Pi. He turns on to Piggy Master. He's got the crit. He takes him down, and Wizzy Wizard doesn't have Avalanche and Toss Up. Only a couple more seconds until that's back up as Nico makes his way back into this fight. In comes the Avalanche, the Icarus dive, the toss once again. Undungeon barely survives, though, as Semper Pi dives under the back line, but he gets stunned up by the Ogre and goes down. Render makes his way back in, gets the pull by 2, but gets stolen by Grim Reaper. It's just the Arc Lightning. The fight goes barely in favor of the Brothers Wiz. 3 for 2.
A lot to unpack there. I mean, I think they had the correct read to try and take a fight, but kind of like what happened top lane, they just sent the numbers. Ended up having to bring PA in to kind of supplement that. PA ends up going down, so it's going to end up being like a 2K lead at the end of things, as we see. It's just tough. They're just too beefy. I think they just don't quite do the damage until Puck has Witchblade. And every skirmish that fails like this, Puck falls further and further behind on that timing. Is going to slide into a 15-minute Witchblade now, which is, I dare I say, almost too late.
Undungeon might find Wizzy with the aid of his 2 supports. Was he trying to run away? Grim Reaper doesn't have mana for telekinesis.
What a
It's on cooldown. Great Avalanche. Piggy Master comes in. They do get Fatal Bonds on a Wizzy, so Piggy Master has to get out of the way so Wizzy doesn't die.
Don't cast W. Don't cast W. He's thinking about it too. It's so juicy. All right, it doesn't good. Yeah, I think we also
Boosting
saw
in on a Semper
fight.
Pi, though. Ooh. Icarus dive, Fire Spirits, TP coming in from Zixius, as well as the Solar Guardian. It barely heals Semper Pi, and he gets out, but the Supernova gets off, and they can't kill the egg. Semper Pi ends up falling regardless, just to the combined damage of the Ignite and the Supernova. Potato Knight tanking it up. Nico comes back down, gets the kill onto Undungeon, and the Rubik falls as well, just to the burn from KO.
Like the prophecy foretold before the game, Dawnbreaker's gonna ult in onto a support, in this case PA, so that's still a squishy target that she can't save, and she will also die. They just have too much damage. Like the amount of burn damage that Phoenix provides in these fights, the amount of overall burst that Zeus has, especially with this Kaya first item, the amount of spell he's getting from that, like they have all the damage on Brothers Wizzy. It's very easy to execute. They have very, very limited windows of damage on the side of Salty Earth. So if your initiation doesn't go exactly right, it gets really tough.
Hey, question. Why does Phoenix have a Radiance as part of their kit?
You know, I think they really need it. You know, Phoenix isn't that strong normally. Not usually part of the meta. Needs an innate farming ability because Fire Spirits isn't good enough. You know, like
they're smoking and looking for the dive mid. Grim Reaper will be the sacrifice, but they do not know it yet. Might actually be waiting for something a little bit juicier. No,
they just commit.
Bye, Rubik.
You know how intimidating that is to have a tiny just standing in front of you? I feel like you have to know, like, all right, they're probably gonna go on somebody here. They do have Golem, but I mean, they don't have damage. I feel like they need to play for some timings here. We're 200 gold off of a Battle Fury on PA, which is not the latest by any means.
I mean, it's better than the timing that the other position one got in the lower bracket finals, but also Semper Pi did not go for the Orb of Corrosion this time around.
Yeah, which I think makes sense. You thought it was a hard lane. Just go the Treads, Wraithband, get you a Battle Fury, which they do have completed now, so... Only level 10. A little weak, but...
Keo Hinazuki currently sitting at only 500 gold behind the Dawnbreaker. Sitting 6-3. Has the Veil of Discord and Tranks. Going pretty close to Shiva's, actually. Not that close. I keep forgetting Shiva's is a 2,000 gold recipe now. Meanwhile, Avalanche toss, traded for Rock. Render still goes down, but they trade back onto the Centaur. He was able to get the Stampede out. And now it's 2v1, but in comes Zeus. He's invised. He's on to Undone Jin. And Wizzy gets the kill with the Avalanche. The Rock goes down. Nico tanks up the soup. Grim Reaper, though, seals the Lightning Bolt. They trade on to Nico. Goes 2 for 2 top side.
The prophecy once more. 2 squishy targets to... or 2 squishy targets to go in. As Ogre is going to be a nice little cleanup as well.
Scumbag!
Lightning Bolt.
Scumbag stolen Lightning Bolt. Give that to your PA. She needs the farm. Only has a Battle Fury, 17 minutes.
PA definitely very sad right now. As Rubik, well, I mean, it was Rubik's Blink. Hold on. So, not the worst. I gotta say,
I feel like my support stealing kills joke works better when I was casting the other MOBA, because in that MOBA, like, supports getting kills was actually not a good thing.
Yeah, it's interesting how that works, right? And it used to not really be in Dota, to be fair, but I feel like now that everyone gets more gold, like, that's kind of okay that a support gets, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
everyone's gonna get farm anyway. It's okay if Rubik gets his blink quicker, you know? I gotta say, it's a lot more back and forth than what I thought it was going to be out of lane. They've kind of maintained this like 3 or 4k advantage. They haven't let it grow too much on Salty Earth, so I think they're pretty happy with that. A lot of that's off the back of this Battle Fury timing. It wasn't the fastest. Oh, okay, I'm gonna focus. It wasn't the fastest, but it was still like relatively decent, and they're able to kind of farm now. I don't like the item she's building into.
Doesn't have any TPs. Or the T1 tower's gone, so there are no TPs to save him here.
Oh, he's cooked.
Should just go down. He gets the Avalanche off. The Stampede gets him away from the Dawnbreaker ulti. And in comes Piggy Master. He gets a 2-man stomp just to stop it in its tracks. Potato Knight playing frontline. Nico's here. They're going to get Undone Jin. Pull in from the puck, though. It's a great ult. But in comes the egg, and there is nothing to be done by the Phantom Assassin. Render trying to kite away, gets another pull, trying to make away with the Illusory Orb. Very slippery, the puck hero, but not only did they save Wizzy after a complete collapse, they got 2 kills to boot.
Yeah, I'm gonna tie this back into what I was saying earlier. So, good old PA is queuing up the Desolator, and not really the build nowadays. What you want to do in PA is go every bulk up item in the game, so usually like SNY, Satanic, BKB, and then let the methodical procs be your damage. If she finishes this Deso, which I feel like she's got to get BKB, and she queued that up next, so hopefully she finishes that. But if she goes the Deso, it's going to be a really hard timing for Salty Earth to play on. Like, they're not going to feel strong. Yes, Puck has the blink, but everyone's kind of far behind on net worth. Zeus has a lot of damage and is only going to scale harder. And as well, you still don't really have damage if PA just gets locked down and killed. Like, I don't know. This game is only going to get scarier, I think, this next 5 minutes.
Vixis getting dove. Still an Icarus dive, though. Nope, Fire Spirits. Never mind.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Now, Fire Spirits is a terrible spell to have. 40 seconds. You can get a little bit of wave clear.
Yeah, especially because the enemy carry is a tiny. Like, yeah, he still right clicks, but a lot of his damage comes from spells.
Good old Ava toss. Well, Ava hit twice, toss hit now. I really don't like those changes, by the way. I didn't really get to say that too much, but a lot of the fun of Tiny was like, do I Ava toss quicker for more burst? Do I Ava and then toss for more CC? Now it's just always right to Ava hit, toss hit. Like, a lot of the skill expression there is kind of gone, and it doesn't make me very happy.
He's going blink instead of completing S and Y. Just going naked Sange.
I do like the blink, but I feel like S and Y is good too. I mean, they need more initiation, especially if Zeus is gonna play like a scaredy cat, which he probably needs to this game. So it makes a lot of sense for me. I mean, and Pipe completed on Centaur. They shouldn't pull Assault the Earth from game 1. They really should like try and push advantage here. Take Aegis, find picks, whatever they need to do. Like, you need to put some pedal on the metal here and really try and get this game going.
Oh, there's the smoke. Interestingly enough, Naked Sange is actually the name of my new prog rock band.
He's gonna play in 11-8 and it's gonna be so sick. Do they? No, they're not gonna find Puck. They should find somebody though. This is a lot of time wasted for a PA that's just building up in the back here. Did go Deso. Makes me sad.
Oh. They saw the Illusory Orb in the distance.
I love seeing the players' drawings. I mean, they're understanding. And Puck obviously having a joke about it, understanding that what can you do? Better map reads. And now they control the triangle, they control the lower part of the map. And with Tiny, with the shard, and the Bloodlust, all towers are gonna fall. This is when the game gets very scary very quick.
And Tiny just chunks towers, especially with Bloodlust. I mean, that's...
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, like, that's the kind of plays that I like seeing from these, you know, Div Plus type players, is like, they see the Illusory Orb off a Watcher and know that the Puck doesn't blink to it, so they're able to surmise where the Puck approximately is, and then just blink right on top of it and get the Avalanche. Like, that is such a cool play.
They're really putting on their high IQ caps right now. Especially finding PA there too.
I think Super Pie was just spotted on Nimby, or like they were trying to spy her out with Nimby and then found it. But
and on Dungeon too. It's kind of falling apart for Salty Earth here. Alright, not gonna die at least. But I mean every pickoff, usually like getting picked off like this when you're so far away from the map isn't that big of a deal, but when you have a hero like Tiny who really abuses towers, like every pickoff does matter quite a bit. And potentially, as we see here, it gives up Roche, which is going to be incredibly scary to put on the Tiny. With Bloodlust, with the Phoenix backing him up, with Centaur helping bail him out. It's tricky. They need to find some damage quick on Salty Earth, but I'm not quite sure where they're going to get it.
I mean, they didn't pick it. This goes back to draft, right? Like, your only damage source is Semper Pi, PA.
I mean, maybe they thought, like, All right, so if Puck had like 2k more net worth, let's say here, right? Maybe they have a Purasma, and I can see with Purasma them having enough damage. It's just right now how the lane went and how the game is going. They just don't quite have the sauce to make it happen. And they do need to find an answer here in the next couple of minutes. I feel like you can't let Tiny take all these tier 2s and control the map. It's only gonna lead to heartache.
Well, they have the Aegis of the Immortal on the Tiny. Piggy Master just pushes up onto the high ground. Rubik steals something away from Phoenix. It's Fire Spirits.
I don't think I've seen Rubik get Avalanche once, have you? I feel like Avalanche is like the spell you're looking for.
Yeah. Definitely feels like it. I mean, again, like, they looked so good on the Rubik, getting basically every single Astral in the lower bracket finals, right? So it does seem a little bit weird that they're not quite getting the spell selection that they want this game, because we've seen how high skilled they are on the hero. But sometimes it just be like that.
It's got to be how Wizzy's playing, right? Like, maybe they're feeling too pressured by Centaur, Zeus, Tiny. Like, they can't quite get in range and then live. With the Aether Lens, maybe they're going to feel more comfortable. I feel like that's like one of your win conditions here. Get Ava on the Rubik. Get the lockdown for people in these fights. And then potentially kill them. Now again, you need the damage, which is what we go back to. And I don't think Deso's going to be enough, but I am happy to be proven wrong here.
Top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Wizzy's got 3 minutes on the Aegis. Honestly, he could just blink in and give Rubik a one-way ticket on Tiny Airways. Sides against it also was damaged by the soup, which is difficult to push into on the high ground, but
yeah, they're gonna have to back off there. They get tier 2s though, so I mean it's not like the worst trade by any means. It just also delays and gives time for PA, who really does need this BKB in this game. Currently sitting 1,600 gold away from it. 1,700, I think. And she's got to get it like now. She has like a minute, if that, to go get that item.
I mean, look at how KO and Piggy are playing. They're just on the side, waiting for some sort of commit, some sort of push out by Salt the Earth, just so they can find a backliner and blow them up. Meanwhile, Semper Pi, I mean, this BKB, 1,000 gold off, might be enough to survive a little bit longer on the fights, but there's just so much damage between the... I mean, grant you, it's mostly spell damage, so the BKB is going to be helpful, but, I mean, Tiny, Zeus, like, all 5 of these heroes do damage, except for Centaur, kinda. So, like, Tiny, Zeus, Ogre, Phoenix, they all do a lot of damage.
Oh, Centaur's about to do a lot of damage too. Once he gets this heart item, it is
yeah,
it is a scary game. when I was spamming my ranked to immortal, Centaur heart was like my I win the game button. So I'm gonna say if he gets that, probably close to GG.
Telekinesis KO. I mean, blink in, render, just gets a silence and blinks out of the way. Wizzy's just tanking tower. They clear the wave enough.
Yeah.
But it's gonna come down the next time the wave comes in. 3-man silence by Puck. They don't commit the Dream Coil though. This T2 falls. BKB completed on Semper Pi though. Going for this Aghanim Shard. Should help against the Centaur.
I mean, honestly,
think you just need to go in. 30 seconds left on this Aegis.
Yeah, it does feel like they're... I mean, honestly, the wave clear was insane. They need to just, like, walk in, like you're saying, like...
Semper Pi's had so much space. Like, in the time that it's taken them to take 2 T2 towers, Semper Pi is a completed BKB. Is only 700 gold away from an Ag Shard as well. and they still haven't broken the high ground with this Aegis. Grant you, the T2s were still up when they took the Aegis, so the likelihood of them breaking high ground is pretty low, but all things considered, I think you're actually pretty happy with the Aegis kill if you're Salt the Earth.
Honestly, like the way they were, like the way they kind of ran their head into that tier 2, what was it, like 5 or 6 times? Like they may have wanted just to go
play
bot.
Guess the Gaben.
All right, PA is, I feel like a Spectre type, always gets highly rated, and I think Gaben is not super hip on the tiny carry, so I'm gonna say like a 62-38 situation.
69-31.
Okay, not too bad.
Solo Smoker
I don't know.
Viper.
A lot of opportunities here, but they're gonna have to like execute. Puck has S and K close, excuse me. Honestly, now that they're off of high ground, I think they're reading this. If Tiny starts hitting, this could be pretty troublesome for Salt the Earth.
I don't have the Warlock in base. Do have the Rubik though. TP from the Warlock. Pretty safe to just drop the Primordial Soup.
The soup.
The Fuse. Grim Leaper. Gets Bloodlust.
Pretty okay. Helps
I
you
mean,
hit
Aghanim
eggs.
Shard completed on Semper Pi. Render should be pretty close to Kaya Sanj. 2100 gold in the bank. Hasn't bought the Kaya yet. But, like in what, 100, 150 gold away? Primordial
I guess
Soup once again. Wizzy's now trying to hit the tower through it. They have Glyph. Semper Pi's here. Invis, Dream Coil onto 3, Undone Jins into the fight. Can they make the moves? No, they cannot. The Rubik dies, as does the Warlock, who immediately buys back. They're trying to kill Potato Knight now, and they do. Both supports are dead. Telekinesis onto the Centaur. They have the silence as well. Ends up going 3 for 2, potentially. Semper Pi blinks in, gets the double kill. It looked so bad for them off the start, but they somehow make the fight work. They committed a buyback, but it's still 3 for 2 at the end of the day. And a smoke immediately. If they can get Zeus or Wizzy, it's pretty huge.
They got him. Rubik's like
they have him.
Oh, what a balanced ability.
Oh. Could not get telekinesis out, but Semper Pi finds Wizzy! Avalanche used, though. Semper Pi has to get out. You know, before they pushed that high ground, you know what I was smelling?
What were you smelling?
I'm smelling a game 3 on a horizon. I don't agree with Gaben. I did not agree with Gaben.
I mean,
there is something to be said about momentum and completely stalling. And it's something that's happened both games we've casted thus far. Is stalled momentum and not moving on it. Now PA is the highest net worth in the game. Has almost a completed Skull Basher. Tiny going this MKB, which will be pretty nice for them. But I don't know, man.
Yeah, I think the it's tricky. It's tricky. You have to like eventually commit. I mean, I don't know if they needed to commit down bot, let's say, but I feel like trying to haphazardly push like that is not the move into a Warlock comp. You have to like find the guy casting the soup and ideally get on top of him. I do like this smoke here, and if they can like find another pickoff and then try and get some momentum back, that'd be good.
If they can kill Semper Pi, they might be able to
they scanned her.
At least get Rex.
They have the read on her.
Goodbye.
That's huge. Yeah, that is the exact move they needed actually to go high ground and get back in this game. So, good old caster curse coming into effect once more.
I mean, I don't know about that. They were so hesitant to push high ground with the Aegis on Tiny. Look at what the cores are doing. They're just going ahead farming these side camps. Finally pushing the wave to try to get rid of the backdoor. But Soup's up, Rock's up, Solar Guardian's up.
They have to get on top of Warlock. There's like no negotiables here. Tiny has to hit, or they have to just like get on top of Warlock right now.
He didn't go Aghanim Scepter, by the way. He's rushing a Refresher instead. Soup interrupted by Nimby.
I mean, this is tricky. No PA for 35. That's a bot barrack spawn.
Render's here. He's got Dream Coil. The mid tower goes down. 20 seconds. Wizzy blinks in, finds Undone Jin, but gets caught by a rock in a hard place. Still, the Dream Coil only lands on a Piggy Master. They stop the push with the Soup. Wave's coming in bot side. 4 seconds on the PA. They committed Dream Coil. They committed Rock.
They can't fight. There's no way. That might also, because of that rock give, be Aegis, which would be really bad. I mean, I feel like a lot of times in Dota, like when a play is made, like you can kind of anticipate the counterplay. So like when Tiny blinked in, I feel like you could very much anticipate, oh, he's gonna drop rock, and I feel like that's like the natural tendency. But I don't know. I don't know if like they didn't quite land the spells the way they wanted to, or like they weren't quite ready and calm to like jump on that when Tiny jumped in. It just feels like rock kind of came and went there, and that's like the most important spell in this game currently. And it may give up Aegis, and I don't know if it'll give up more, but it's a hard call to make in the moment.
Well, there's the Aegis. Tiny do tiny things. Rashad has Roar. They know that this is up, especially because the Illusory orbed into the pit.
Yeah, definitely Tiny. Give it again. Okay. I mean, they have a lot of avenues on Salty Earth to get back into this.
Egg has been committed, and Wizzy Egg has been committed, and Wizzy Wizard comes back out of the Aegis to face a full Fury from the Radiant side. Down goes the carry, and Nico is all alone, gets bashed and taken down. The high ground throws, the wind blowing in the sails of the Radiant side as Potato Knight tries kiting away. Ends up getting pulled in by Render and Undone Jin. And disaster strikes for the Brothers Wiz.
It like goes against the way you want to play Tiny drafts usually. Like usually you want to let the Tiny hit the barracks, go in, do all of the building damage, but you, like I've been saying, you have to find the Warlock. He gets too much havoc, too much damage. I want to also point out the one spell that Rubik hasn't gotten this entire game and now has in the Avalanche. The AoE is insane on this ability when he casts it. It's a 10-second, 1.5 second stun in an AoE with 400 damage. It is insane, and he's going to be able to cast that over and over and over again on the siege.
He just Salty Earth, I mean, it's been such a struggle for them all game. But again, letting your lead stall out, not pushing the objectives when you have the advantages. Pushing high ground is hard, I get it. But I should not be seeing from Divines and Immortals what I see in my Legend games. Come on.
Puck is playing with fire here. Not gonna get caught. Yeah, I think as well this game, like they had multiple opportunities, but they kind of tried the same thing twice. Like they really believe in let the Tiny hit, let the Phoenix kind of heal, and then a good fight will come because they have to go onto them. But the problem is Warlock ulti is too valuable. It gets too much out of the hero versus your like egg or your ogre. Because honestly, ogre in these fights
find
uses
him Puck though. Oh, Rubik stole. Oh, Rubik now has tree throw. He was trying to get toss because he has Ags, but didn't quite get that. Refresher completed on Warlock. It's interesting he went Refresher instead of Ags. I think typically you see Warlocks go Ags first, but
I like it this game because I I value him dropping the big ulti. It is like the game-changing ulti in the game, so you might as well have it twice, as he's probably gonna have to cast it here. Like, Fatal Bond's on the wave, hit the ulti button, do it again.
Buyback Puck, they're going to commit fully onto the Tiny, and he gets absolutely melted by Semper Pi and company. Undone Jin just using the Solar Guardian for good measure as the Dream Coil lands on the supports. TPs to get out by the Zeus and the Centaur, but it's a triple kill for Semper Pi. What did you say?
Times.
What did you say?
They've tried this 3 times in a row now, and 3 times in a row. At some point, you have to learn. You have to say, hey guys, I think Golem is killing us. What if we Zeus will kill the guy? You have Blink on Tiny. You have so many methods to get there. This gets really spooky really quick. They don't have the most tower damage, but I think they need to... Where are creeps? Sorry, creeps are going to take like 10 seconds to get there. I think if Brothers Wizzy ends up glyphing this wave, they could just go for the end. They could try and like call like Tiny, you have to have buyback, otherwise you have to win. So I think you have to just like hold the glyph and hope they don't go to end. Like you can't glyph.
I mean,
this
they don't
next
have
wave.
glyph. They don't have glyph. 2 minutes 11 seconds on it.
They should just win. I feel like hitting these barracks is wrong. Go for the play to win.
Well,
all right.
We'll let the
Safe
glyph
play.
reset. Roshan is up. That was a stolen stampede by the Rubik. No, Roshan's not up, excuse me. Thought it was. But... I mean, Render's got damage now. He's going into the Revenant's Brooch. I mean, this is kind of the thing. Puck has no damage early, but the later you get into the game, the more they have. Completed Abyssal Blade on Semper Pi as well. With the smoke out. I mean, if they get another pick on Nowizy, I think it's just game.
They pinged out Centaur too. That's their target.
Well, they find
He's
Centaur.
pretty
Potato
tanky.
Knight's here. Stampede popped by Piggy Master. Semper Pi pops the BKB. Wizzy's trying to make his way into the fight. Tree throw in.
What
Avalanche.
damage.
Toss. Lands. Kills the PA. Undone Jin is committed too much with the Solar Guardian. Tries the BKB TP out of the way. I don't think it will be enough. It barely is, though. Grim Reaper will sacrifice himself in vain. Buybacks available on both the heroes that died, though.
All right, gamers. Golem is up at 20. Please jump the Warlock. You can't do it again, bro. If I see this 4 times in a game, I feel like Salt the Earth deserves the
Wizzy
win.
decides instead to jump Undone Jin.
Avalanche back
Stolen
on Rubik.
Avalanche, just too strong. And steals Lightning Bolt as well. 52 seconds on the PA,
There's PA
decides to buy back. The Golem's up, and 11 seconds on Refresh Roar. Semper Pi dies, Potato Knight saves himself, and they've got
Golem
the damage for Semper Pi! No, he goes down! And Render dives the backline. They've got some damage on the Puck, but the rest of the team does not have it, and the Puck dies with no buyback. That will be GG. There is nothing left to defend. And the Brothers Wiz will take the series 2-0. Zixius tries to get the second Golem off, and it's all in vain. They finally jump him. Buyback on one, buyback the other. GG not called, but it's only a matter of time. There it is. The Brothers Wiz are your March Draft Tournament champions.
Just a little bit of an overextension by PA leads to the downfall of Salt the Earth there, who were very close to mounting a comeback. I have to give them their kudos. They played really well game 1, just had a lead that stalled out. Game 2 looked like they were gonna kind of pull the lead back, kind of like that happened to them game 1, but just a little bit costly mistakes. Brothers Wiz, I mean, they played incredible there. Really played like a team spirit-esque. It was quite beautiful to watch.
With that, we're going to take a quick break, and then an interview with the winning captain, the Wizzy Wizard. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back, everybody, and with us we have the victorious captain of the Grand Finals. It is the Wizzy Wizard. How are you feeling after that 2-0 victory?
I felt great. Didn't lose a game this series, or the tourney.
I will say you got very close game one. And that's kind of where I first want to bring my attention to. I mean, the way we were looking at it early on, it looked pretty despair mode, especially it was like 7K at 15. I don't know if it felt that way. I think y'all had like 1 kill to 11 at one point. What was the like turning point in your mind, and how do you kind of keep your goals aligned to kind of start mounting the comeback in games like those?
Well, that first game we knew laning stage was going to be the hard point. So we knew laning stage we were going to get kind of messed up in all 3 lanes. I think our mid lane was the only one that kind of went even. We just knew at a certain point in the game we were going to be strong enough where we just kind of blow up their supports, and then the rest of the team falls behind. Because I knew, like, with that Morphling pick, I was like, I'm very squishy early on, but once I hit my timing, I can just kind of keep running at them.
I kind of want to know a little bit about your draft process, because game 1, I think we were questioning it a little bit, but game 2, you guys had this very strong setup with this tiny Ogre Magi, like all the damage all the time from your team. How much planning goes into these drafts for these kinds of draft tournaments, especially the one weekend ones, versus how much of it is kind of on the spot, you know, like it is in the in-houses?
I feel like it's like a mixture. Going into every single game, my mindset, my plan was to get rid of Lifestealer, pick Tiny. And if I was able to do that, I knew I was going to win, because that hero's in such a good spot right now. And I won a tournament in the same league when I first joined, just playing Tiny carry every single game. And so I just knew once I got that, I can kind of snowball into it. If we didn't get that, it was kind of a mixture of, okay, what do we base our team off of? How do we deal with what they have? And so we knew they were going to pick that PA, right, when I picked that Tiny. And so we were thinking, all right, how do we deal with it? Which is why we went through the Centaur Phoenix lane, because you knew she would have a really hard time laning against that. And so her recovery process would be slower, and then we can kind of take that momentum and keep snowballing it through.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say in that game too, the momentum did stall a little bit. There were a couple sick golems by Salty Earth to kind of stem that aggression. When did it like when did the game plan have to change for y'all? Like, when does it kind of become okay, like we have to kind of change the approach to how we're taking high ground in this game?
It kind of turned into right after that bottom fight when we got wiped, and I was the only one I think lived. I think no, me and Nico lived. We kind of were sitting there like, okay, we probably should just try and put some pressure and wait for them to be out of position where we can catch them, because we had so much mobility and movement that we knew the moment one of them's out of position, we can just blow them up and then go for the high ground push. And we were trying to bait out, we knew PA had buyback, we were trying to bait that out and see, and sure enough, that's kind of what helped us win the game at that point.
All right, and final question is going to be for this series. Who is your MVP for game 1 and game 2 each? Let me know, and can be anyone on your team, including yourself. Also, I want to know who's your tournament MVP.
Well, I'm gonna give my MVP to my good old position 5. Every single game, he's like, hey, pick me this, hey, pick me that. Like, the first series we played, he told me to pick him Disruptor and then Grimstroke. And then after we played those series, showed me that he only has 2 games on each hero back in 2017. And I was like, oh, you've got to be kidding me. But definitely Piggy Master on Timbersaw has been was just shredding. He was doing great. I feel like every time he was able to get that hero, even if he got messed up in laning stage like he did with the Ursa, it just gets to a point where he does so much damage. I feel like it was able to allow us to snowball. I feel like these series weren't as fun, but the series we did yesterday, there was so many intense fights, and like just everyone was playing their roles so well. Everyone was in just perfect position, helping and saving, and we were able to go in and out of fights a lot. And so I feel like this team combo was really good. I kind of just picked guys I kind of knew from the in-houses I've played, and I knew were very positive mentality. And so I just grabbed them, was like, all right, you guys are on a team with me.
Gotcha. Who's your MVP for the last game, though? You didn't tell me game 2.
Oh, game 2? I don't really know if we had an MVP there. I felt like Nico was able to do a lot. Our Zeus was able to do a lot. I remember that play when PA was trying to TP out and he was able to stop her. And every single time that Warlock was going to try and stop us from high grounding it, he would just Thunderbolt and all right, that's over. and allowed us to get high grounds faster. Because I felt like our issue was that Warlock sitting there, not letting us move.
All right. Thank you very much for your time, and congratulations on the tournament victory. That is going to be all for tonight's broadcast. We will see you around for the next PwR draft tournament, whenever that is. But until then, my name is Phinick, that is AngrySun, and we will see you next time.